I don't like that argument, Chris Bosch, because by default, it's like, you know, by default, like an NBA game is like 2 hours. So we don't really deal with that. A series can go 25 minutes. What time is the flank? I think we're doing it at 8 or 9 p.m. tonight. I don't remember. Probably looked it up. Hector's tweet is perfect. No, it really actually isn't. I actually think that it's not the right view on things. Candidly. I think Villa wins. We're playing Freiburg, right? Yeah, I think they probably win. We're doing 8 tomorrow. We're doing 8 today. Let's say tomorrow, 8 today. Again, the CDL will do 2 best of 5s or 2 best of 7s if like more than half the owners came to them and said, yo, let's do it. They'll have a real conversation at that point. I'm telling you, that's not happening. So at the moment, and that's the one thing that may change the equation of this shit. But like, the problem is that some of these teams, there's a couple of reasons why it's not happening. One is there are a couple of teams that candidly don't get involved in the feedback process right now, which is frustrating. I don't quite understand how you can be in a competitive league and you don't want to provide like actual feedback on things. That's odd. The second thing is some of these teams, I would say, have fundamental disagreements about the league, and they're not exactly on the friendliest of terms. So that's another problem. And then the third problem is they can't get over number 1 and number 2 to come to some like mutual agreement about unifying on issues that provide the best path forward so everybody can make more fucking money. So that's how we're at where we're at on that front. What's good, Justin? They agree on some issues. They don't agree on a lot of issues. And but here's the thing though, is at least in professional sports, like there's constant comms. Even if all the teams aren't aligned, they're always talking to each other. It doesn't happen in the CDL. There is a massive communication breakdown at almost virtually every level of the CDL, both caused by the league, caused by the players, and caused by the teams. They're all essentially at fault, and I will not hear some bullshit argument otherwise from one of those parties to absolve themselves of any blame in the situation. They're all fucking it up as a group. And that's what's frustrating on the outside, because it's, again, I talk to people, and everybody's got ideas on how to fix things or improve things, but there's very little action on trying to do those things because there's no venue for those conversations to happen. People aren't unified on how to discuss and move on next steps. And I'm sitting here like, hello, like, hi, like, can we just, like, can y'all just sit in a room for an hour? It'll be more productive than what's going on right now. Surely everybody can find an hour to talk. It's not even about a committee. It's just people don't talk to each other, Justin. That's the thing. They don't talk to each other. No one. The players don't talk to each other. The teams don't talk to each other. The league doesn't talk to the players and teams enough. I feel like I'm going crazy. And then everybody wants to bitch and moan about the things they want, but nobody's actually doing the work to get the things they want. And there's only so much we can do on the outside as a fucking community because the biggest stakeholders are all like inept at doing it. It's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, I know, Mike, but at least in business, like people actually then take steps to improve that thing. Like it's not happening at the league. I'm telling you right now, it's not happening. Literally not happening right now. Literally not happening. Okay? No, the players, that's not what's going on. The players are it's a mix of the players are too young and naive to understand the power of leverage. They're too young and naive to want to sit on a call and talk to each other. And some of them would prefer to be bystanders because they don't want to be public figures and taking real position on these issues. They're basically, I don't know how else to say it other than a lot of them are pussies. Like, I don't know how else to say it other than that's, I think, one of the bigger problems with the players. The team thing, I don't think is that they're pussies. I think the problem with the team side of it is that there is a mixture of animosity and bad blood amongst some of the teams with respect to some of the other teams. And there's no momentum to like extend an olive branch to start to work through some of the aligned issues where there's agreement. So yeah, that one's more of a nuance. Like I would look at that less like a maturity thing, and that's more similar to like I don't know, like what's going on between like in the Middle East right now between the U.S. and Iran, where like Pakistan and Qatar and Saudi Arabia are trying to broker peace talks between two parties, where there is some agreement on some issues, but on a lot of issues there isn't agreement. Like, but that's not like step one of that's not even like happening amongst the teams right now. There's like literally none. Yeah, but that's my point, Noah. I don't give a like. You know what I'm saying? The bottom teams are going to be bottom teams. The top teams have all the leverage, bro. Or a lot of the leverage. And they're not using it right now. They don't use it at the player level and they don't use it at the team level. And that was the point I tried to make to Damon earlier. It was like, they're all not doing it. And if they want to prove that they are, then show your fucking hand. You know? Get people to Optic and Thieves and FaZe and Toronto feel strongly that they're currently doing it. Mates or Falcons. Fucking show the community that you're doing it. Because all I hear behind the scenes is that ain't happening, bro. People are just giving scattershot feedback to the league. They're going back and forth. And like the teams aren't sitting there as a group trying to push for the things that they all want. It's so fucking dumb. Well, B-Dub, again, to the point you keep making, the world is not fair. This is not an ideal world that we live in. And unfortunately, people make stupid fucking decisions all the time. But the way to push back in stupid decisions in a league like this is to act in numbers and force their hand where they have to take the other side of the issue because all the other stakeholders are against them. And it's a 1v1,000,000. Okay, that's how politics works. That's how politics works. And they're not playing the game correctly. But I don't know. I gotta just this call. I want to move on from this combo because it's like we're talking about it more on the pod. Because it's like, there's not much else I can say. I'm kind of talking in circles about it, respectfully, but yeah. There's not much else for me to like say, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's talk CoDCast. Daniel doesn't think it's 2K. That's you can have a lot of criticism of Daniel. I think he understands the difference between the two. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, there's a lot more nuance to why they make certain decisions. And I've explained that before. I think the decisions they make are wrong, but I think it's rooted in an inability to try to experiment and do things and be willing to fail trying new things. But again, the teams and players can push back on that and say, we're down for it. Fuck it, let's try it. If it fails, it fails. And at least, we're learning, And Daniel on the call we had was open to some ideas. The problem is in those combos, and I try my best when I can get a word in to try and push them on saying what they're looking at. Because he'll just say, well, we're thinking about it. But like, what exactly are you thinking? So, okay. So here's what we're doing. We're doing CoDCast today. We'll start with high-level major 3 thoughts. Let me pull up the breaking point results page of the event. It's a nice view of it. Let's add this. Let's start with Optic. I think the key thing for Optic, and we'll get to this more, is just, I think the hard point, look, you're going to end up probably always in finals being more towards 500. I think the hard point is fine, but the S&D overload issues in the last two series has been a fucking problem. And candidly, they lost 3 in, the first one. So they gotta improve. Bro. I'll leave the tab open. I need to pull up the overload clip. I need to find it on the den. The VOD. I forget when it was in his map, though. Was it in the first half where Ant made fucking bad plays? I don't remember. Let me try to find it. No, that's a good play. That's fine plays. We're wrapping it. Okay. I think it was the second side of his map, right? We should definitely talk about this play. This is one of the mistakes. I want to get Ray's thoughts. And then I think the other one's on the second side when Ant pitches. Oh, I was here too. It's literally back to back. It's literally this whole sequence, actually. That's really. They got a hand, I think, after this, right? The cap. That was a pretty standard fucking. I don't know this one. I mean, I'll be honest. I think this one's more so a really good counterplay to fucking Thieves. They spawned there and just no hesitate. That one wasn't that bad. I forget how this really got a hand though. I didn't get how to get out of hand. It get out of hand right here. I forgot. The wrap. Oh, this is another one where like, bro, what is? Yeah, like there's another one where it's just like. Like this copy the time that I fucked this up. I got the time. It's just so like I mean they need to rethink plays like this. It's just if you're at and you don't see any like he is just so fucking out of the play here, bro. Like he's still at fucking beat. He's in their spawn now. And then they just get fucking spawn trapped because Ant fucking. I mean, this one was over. It's kind of from there. Okay. What are you asking about, you said? Oh, they were exploiting glitches since they were playing on a version. Like what glitches were they exploiting? That's the first I've heard about this. You gotta link the fucking tweet. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're gonna need to give me context. Ah, shit. All right, bro. Like I'll turn off like one of the greatest songs of all time. All good. You're all good. Play new Drake. We listened to plenty of fucking new Drake in the last couple of days. There's some good songs. There's a lot of absolute fucking horsecock. Mates and G2, should they both make a change? These ARs, bro. I'm gonna be honest, and I can kind of show this. You want to see something crazy? FaZe were the third best team on the first set of hills in hardpoint this split, and they're 11th on the second rotation. So, I mean, if you want to talk about the hardpoint, like, yeah, the AR's got to step up, but they also just, like, build a lead and they just troll the fucking lead. It's actually pathetic. But we'll cover the AR thing here. Because it may circle back around to this, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying like Eastside came in here saying some shit's being talked about, and I have not seen the thing he's talking about. So he's gonna need to send a link because I don't know what he's talking about. Scar overload? They give up caps in the Scar overload? Is the same issue? SMD, right? SMD. There's no. They did the same issue in the beginning of Scar overload. They fucking just like rando pinch. There's a bit of an odd situation, I'm not gonna lie. Brandon got bad timing. There. That one we don't need to overthink. That one's, they were pinching to cut people off, which I don't hate. It's not that bad of a play. But this is another one where Ant took a shit route. What team do you think need a change? Vancouver, Carolina, C9, Boston, Mates, G2 should all change. Miami, I think, needs a mindset change. Falcons is a weird one, bro. Because they like got top 6. They had a bad day. Like, I don't know. They're in the box now where like, I don't know. Falcons are in a weird spot, bro. After this weekend. Weird spot. Mates should make a change for sure. If they're not making a change this split, they actually just... I don't want to roast Mates management too hard, but there's malpractice happening a bit. Like, they need to do something different, bro. Because what they're doing the last 2.5 months hasn't worked. So if you're going to keep sticking to the same thing, hoping for the same different results is like kind of insane. They got to do something to motivate these guys. And if it's a roster change or a substitute getting picked up, they got to do something to try and upset the apple cart. Because right now they've been fucking bad since after Major 1. They've been legitimately just They're a non-factor in the league, and I'll say it on the show. And Ray's gonna do this thing, and I love Ray, but Ray loves to do this thing on the show, where he loves the glass half full every situation and be like, you can figure it out. But we've given Gentleman's plenty of time to figure it out. Okay, they've been having these issues since the end of February. It's now the middle of May, and there's been zero progress on their issues. And by the way, they were having these issues in January and December, and randomly at Major 1, they got better at Overload and better in S&E in the final, and then all of a sudden they've fallen off in those modes, and it's a big problem. So, no, the problem with Gentleman's, guys, it's not, the Gentleman's issue is not that complicated. It's the same issue we highlighted in the offseason. This is a team with, like, the roles theoretically make sense. The problem is that I don't think that these players all agree on how to play the game based on what I've seen them on past teams. And we flagged this in the offseason because I'm looking at the squad and I'm like, I just see where conflict's going to happen. And I don't know if they have, candidly, and I'm not disrespecting VOs and Cheek and Mayhem, but like, I don't know if those three are equipped to handle what's going to happen here when these guys aren't on the same page. And I think that's what's happening right now. You watch them play and there is no cohesion on the map. Now it could click and they can back into like a decent run, but they are just solidly top 6, top 8. And that is not good enough for this org. Are you doing a tier list on this episode of CoDCast? To be honest, I kind of don't want to do one until we see roster changes. That's a next week thing. We do next week's episode of CoDCast, we'll do that. On the flank, I have no idea if we're going to do one today. Probably not. No, the flank episode tonight. I think it's a pretty good agenda. Surprised nothing is leaked. It's not. Today's the Wednesday. Like this is usually the day the shit starts to get out. So I wouldn't tweak a little too much. No, I didn't see that, Fuzzy. That's kind of crazy. I think he loses glasses. Who's on the show tonight, like on the flank or on CoDCast? Flank tweet said y'all are. I mean, I don't know if we are, and we'll see how the show goes. Did Ant have his kid? Ant is comfortable with me saying that yes. The reason he's not on the CoDCast today and has not been active is that they had their kid a couple days ago. For those in their chat that are have had kids before, they're in that process now where they come home and so it's those first couple of days that he's gone through. So he'll be back next week. I think he'll probably tweet something out, in a couple days or so. So be on the lookout for that. And send him his congrats. But yeah, they had a kid a couple days ago. Very cute baby. I've seen pictures. Unfortunately, it means no more nameless at golf for a little bit here. We're not Joe, and Clint are going golfing tomorrow. Ant's not going to that. You know what I'm saying? We're going golfing tomorrow at Derby. Ant will not be joining us on that journey. Relegation. The owners are not going to agree to relegation. So don't even. Don't even attempt to, you know what I'm saying? Like, is Optic mentally compromised? No. They gotta. The thing with Optic is, bro. Listen, their hard point. I think in finals. Look, you're gonna get to finals against an elite team, and you're probably gonna split the hard points just in generally over time. I think that's fine. Like it's gonna work out in the wash. The S&D and the overloads have been the issue for them in these series, and I think candidly, those are two modes where they take the most risk at times, and I think it gets them in trouble against teams that have just better team play. The problem with the 3v4 style is that if we are not getting 2 and 3 pieces, we are not going to win these map control situations, and someone's out of the play. So Optic has gotta pick their spots a bit better if they're gonna play that way. You can gamble stack, you can take the long pinch, but we got to do it in the right situation. And there were a couple of times, and we're gonna go through the clips where mostly Ant, I think, made some poor decisions off of spawn and overload that I think led to some scores for the opposite team in those two maps. Oh, once again. Ebanos, I just don't think he cares about COD. I don't think he's a COD guy. And it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Before we even talk about that, like I don't think that he just like is you know what I'm saying? Like Gotaga streams his game because he's a COD guy. You know what I'm saying? Scum streams his game because he's a COD guy. Tom streams his game because he's a COD guy. You know? Like I don't think Ebi is like, I don't think that's his speed. So it's like maybe. But I will say Overactive and Ebi Lanos, it's been a saga with them and some other esports about co-streaming and all of the particulars of that. So I don't know all the politics, but I know it's been a problem. That being said, Riot is very hard to work with, and there's stories there for sure. Well, I'm going to be honest. Like, Ant made some bad plays. I also will just say, in general, they haven't slayed particularly well in grand finals either. Like, there's bad plays, but like Kyler, you know what? Actually, I'll say this: Kyler giving them a .97 is fine. He's -3 in kills is like that's whatever. Merc dropping a .84 is not ideal. That's kind of tough. I mean, they played 3 grand finals. The phase 1, I think they got frustrated after the third map and just tilted off of that series, which is that just can't happen. The Gentlemates one, I don't remember the Gentlemates one what the slaying looked like. They get outslayed in this one? Oh, they did. The Kyler got cooked. Same with Brandon. Has Bush qualified for champs yet? How many pro points do they have now? I mean, basically, if they stick, yeah. If they stick, assuming it works the way it normally does, they should have enough to auto qualify. Assuming they stick. But here's the thing, Dalton. It's like their style is efficient when they're. I'm trying to think about how the most polite way to say this. It's very map dependent. On Colossus, candidly, if they get outside, they get cooked. Colossus recently, like against good teams, when they don't slay, they get fucking cooked. So that's one. On some of the other maps, they can get away with it, like a Scar. But I also think that, like, contextually, it depends on when those kills are going down. Like, if they're just getting farmed trying to break the front of a P3 on Scar, and they're just giving up a million kills, then, like, yeah, it can look a little bit weird. The thing for them, though, is, like, I think it's the S&D overload with the playstyle. Less about the hard point. It's more in those two modes. Like, if they're making these long plays, and by the way, it wasn't just Ant. Brandon had a fucking lick wall situation that we're going to look at a clip at. Like, they're going to get in trouble if the 2 or 3 pieces are not coming, because there's just numbers on the other side of the map, and they're not in the play. No, I see where you're going with that, and I think people are expecting them to kind of figure it out at the end of the year. The problem is that looking back on it, I think the phase 1 they got cooked. They basically got fucking fried in that series, essentially. Outside of like once they tilted off of the fucking Scar overload, that basically chalked them up. They basically had the same problem they had against Falcons when they played earlier in that stage, where they had the double exposure and just tilted during the first of the 2 exposures. The first major grand finals was a very close series, and ultimately came down to General H just being an insane S&D form. This grand final was a very even grand final, but the bad overload plays put them in position. They went to a last map den, and like they didn't even play the den like particularly well either. And I didn't like pull any clips up from it. And like if you know. We'll see if Ray and Dylan want to bring up Penny, because like I don't remember. So Brandon gets his crazy 2-piece. They win this round, and I'm like, okay, well, it's getting interesting. The fact that Ant didn't get a kill here was fucking crazy. He got into such a weird situation. But you can argue that, did he have timing to kind of go 1? I don't think so. I actually, watching this back, I think if he had, the only way is if he had like insta pinch. You know? But I don't know. I think that one's nitpicky. That one's nitpicky. I'm not going to dive in on that one. He had to make a split-second decision there. How do they lose this round? They need the guy, right? And then Kyler falls off the fucking map somehow on this, right? Yeah. What happens in this round? Absolute cred ball fucking play to Nissim. I think how they win this, yeah. They win this round. Okay, Optic wins that round, okay. How do these get away from them after this? Standard round, 3v3. You lose a team fight, and then a 1v2. Very standard. And this also came down to 1v2, right? this round. I'll be taking middle. Back Paco down. Ant gets in the lobby. They don't bite. A double pinch. Back Ant down. They 2-2 split and they backstab this guy. Yeah, it is a good play. Honestly. But who an Optic could have picked up? I mean, this one's on Merc. This round's kind of on Merc. He's just kind of licking walls and gives himself bad timing watching the pinch, and that's how he loses. He almost brings it back though, because Thieves go fucking middle. They don't know where Brandon is. 37 seconds. How many does he see? They know where everybody is. Push out. Sees 1. Dice to 2. Ernie falls off the map. This is a weird round. This is such an odd round. Hear what happens here. Do they just need him? They lose this 3 before, don't they? How the fuck they lose this round? I forgot. Merc just gotta run away. He's got a pistol. And Merc just gives his life up for free here. Trying to chow the pistol. Of course, teammate could come in and help. And get to retrade though. So they lose this 2v3. I forget how the fuck they lose the round though. Why the fuck did they go to A though? Why did they go to A? Bro, I'm watching this back. Why on planet Earth did they think that this play was going A? That being said, Kyler should just go play fucking Dendo. They scammed this so bad. Why is Kyler Kyler's trying to get this reach, bro? There's just like this is bad around an Optic. It's such a bad around at Optic, bro. You start burning bridges. By who? Burning bridges by who? And then they lose the 1v2, right? The next round? Yeah. And the 1v2 is like, yeah. Burning bridges by Drake? Yeah, I can. Yeah, 122. Bro, this might be an unpopular opinion. It's an unpopular opinion, but I think Drake's got too many beat switches in his songs now, bro. I think he has too many beat switches and too many incomplete. He's a Kanye problem, bro. He has too many incomplete songs, and it's like he gets a bar on one beat, but because he can't finish the fucking song, we had a beat switch in the middle to make the song feel complete, but it's really not though. It just feels lazy to me. How is it unpopular? Because there's plenty of people in the COD community that the minute you say anything bad about Drake, they come out the woodwork and say that you're just wrong. It's such a weird situation, bro. But Kyler also tweaked. Kyler also fucking tweaked, though. Kyler also fucking tweaked. They just played that one. They said, no fucking teamwork, bro. I got plenty of optic clips, I think, at this point. I mean, these are the big three, bro. Did he see him? Well, I mean, already knew both guys were there. They both got called out, so. Brandon dies. They know both are there. So. I mean, I just think in this situation in a 1v2, we just don't need a wide swing, bro. Like, I know they're trying to bait and switch, but like Ernie anticipates this, gets a good kill. Like, we're just giving the opportunity to clutch. We should just chow together. Even we should chow together even if Merc is weak, because there's no chance that Ernie's getting both here, considering that Collar's got full health. Like, this is bad teamwork. That's just bad teamwork, bro. I should teach them. I think that one's pretty fucking obvious. I don't think much needs to be said. Yeah, I think we got good notes today for the show. All right. Let me make a text chat with fucking Dylan and. Why was Damon cooking me? Because I don't know, bro. If I knew what was going on in that guy's head, I don't tell you, bro. It's not necessarily about audibles. That's more just Ant needs to read. Ant needs to read the situations, bro. Ant just needs to read the situations better. I mean, listen. Where do you go? Well, I'll put a link to the call-in room once we make it, but just stay tuned in Twitch chat. It's going to be in Nameless's Discord, so I'll link it once we're ready to start the show. No problem. No problem. But yeah, I just like this grand finals discourse is like, bro, it's starting to actually piss me off at this point. Shit's old. I know, but it's getting old to me because nobody wants to do anything about it. That's why it's starting to get fucking old to me now. It's getting old to me because the teams and the players in the league refuse to do anything about it, but they'd rather bitch on fucking Twitter. Which is what point of my argument to Damon. It's like, bro, if y'all just talk to each other, I promise you, you can actually get the league to change their fucking mind about it. I fucking promise you. I fucking promise you. But for a number of reasons, they're not doing that right now. It's not that simple. No, it is that simple. The thing is you have to realize how league and corporate politics work, bro. Strength in numbers. Okay? If the teams go to the league and say, look, 8 out of 12 of us want the best of 7 double finals. We're happy to play earlier in the day in order to make it happen, to give us more time and a reset so that we can have an end time that makes sense. Because we know the product will be better, and we don't give a fuck about the VOD issue because we want to go with the better format because we think you can market it better. And then that's it. That's what the league going to tell the 8 teams to shove it. They're then just going to go public and click the league, and then it will get done anyway. Or they'll put it in the next team participation agreement and say, we're not going to sign this shit unless you put that clause in. You need all 12 of our signatures. 8 of the 12 of us are down for it. No, I actually don't think they've tried at all. That's the point. They haven't tried. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. They haven't tried that. What happens is that the feedback is being given in scattershot conversations by one team here and one team here. And they're not going as a collective. When you're in a collective, you give cover for each other. This is literally like politics 101. How do you think coalitions and caucuses and parties work? Because it's strength in numbers in politics. I think the issue, Lineham, as I've said about 3 times on the show today, the issues is 1, I think some of the teams don't like each other for a number of reasons. 2, I think some of them are frustrated with the direction of the league and just have taken their ball and gone home on these issues, and they don't want to even get involved with it. And 3, I think some of them don't know how to get started, like the newer ones, like General Mates and Falcons. Like, I don't know if they have tried the coalition build, you know? So I think that combination of the 3 has created the situation that we're in. The politics is not working because nobody's politicking. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. Nobody's politicking. That's the thing. The politics is not working because no one's trying. No one's trying. I asked behind the scenes. I'm like, cool, you guys got these ideas. Have you talked to each other? No. I'm like, what are we doing? Bro, like, what are we doing, man? Like, God fucking damn it, dude. Oh my God. So that's how we get in this situation. That's what I was trying to argue with Damon last night, but obviously, you know. Whenever people in this scene try to argue with me, it just turns to them calling me fucking names because it's like, I don't know. Good for interactions, I guess. Everyone gets paid way too much to care. No, that's not what's going on. I just think people don't want to do the hard work of coalition building and like actually like playing the political game, and they'd much rather just bitch and moan. And like, it's just like, okay, well, and we're never going to get actual progress. Like, progress is not easy. You can't just wake up one day and just get gifted progress. You got to work hard for it, bro. It's not going to be like simple. The problem is just we're not doing step 1 and 2, dude. And it's so frustrating because there's only so much I can do on the outside, bro. I'm not part of one of these orgs. I'm not a GM in the league. You know, I'm not an owner in the league. I don't have a stake in these things other than just the podcast and the content I create or just being a fan, you know? So what the fuck else do you want me to do? Because I guarantee you if I was a GM of one of these teams, We would have well, by now we would have been made a fucking coalition. And I would have pissed off people on the other side of that convo, their teams, but fuck them. Because if you're not trying and you're not winning, and too bad. If you want if you want what you want, you know what I'm saying? If you want to fight what you want, then fucking get your own coalition. You know? Play fucking politics. I would love to be the commissioner of the CDL. I think I could do a W job as commish. I think my key kind of goal, if I were theoretical commissioner of the CDL, the key kind of North Star for me is we need to get more experimental in online and land competition and be willing to try new ideas, new structures, new schedules, because we're not in a settled product where the way that we're going is the best path forward. We need to try shit. Okay? And then once we A/B test enough, we can start to build consistently a circuit that works. Okay? We need to program the offseason better. We need to manage our budget spend over the course of 12 months better so that we can program the offseason and constantly have something going on. Okay? We need to hit quarter 4 of the release year much better than we currently do, because the only shit we're doing in quarter 4 right now, W. Dillon, appreciate the 10 months, is we're doing a launch tournament and 2 weeks of league matches. There's no fourth quarter land. There's no holiday special. We're not maximizing the massive marketing window that we could be doing. We got to push harder to have our CDL packs drop within around Thanksgiving of the year. The game's coming out in the beginning of November or middle of October. Our CDL pack should be in market by Black Friday. Okay? It should be in market by Black Friday. That's only a subset of the fucking things that I would attempt to do. There's way more, but that's just a taste. Okay? You think a GA to only having 2 attachments inside are going to fix weapon mounted issues? No. Like, if you're trying to get rid of like the ADS quickness on the sub, people are just going to learn to adapt. Like, I don't think it's going to fix the issue that much. So. NPC doesn't need to go. People just need to fucking adapt. I was arguing this yesterday, though. People just got to be willing to pull out 3rd and 4th sub. And I would much rather see, bro, I'm sorry, but we're never going to get the balance we want. You get rid of the NPC, it's going to be 15 M15s on the fucking map. Like, we just got to accept that the best version of this meta is going to be sub heavy, and people just got to be willing to pull out a fucking sub. I don't know what to tell you. There are just too many Rs that needed to just pull out a 3rd and 4th sub this weekend, and that's why their teams didn't play as well. And they got to fucking adapt. Sorry. You can maybe make little tweaks. I don't know how big of a difference it's going to get. You ban the NPC, we're going to have the drawback back, and that shit sucks. So, I don't know what to tell you. We got what we got, and yeah. People just got to adapt. We've gone randomly shotguns. Every good SMG ever is randomly shotgun, so no. Okay? I've seen every... Name any COD game ever with an SMG that was good, and I guarantee you, I could tell you that there were times where people were bitching but getting fucking cameraed pre-fired. That's just a problem with COD, bro. It's not a high tick rate game, and if you chow the corner in between a tick, then there's a good chance that you're going to hit 2 bullets before they can fucking react, and they're dead. And that's just the functionality of how the game works, bro. This is Peeker's advantage. Okay? You're not going to fix that with weapons. You're going to fix that with better netcode at a 128 or higher tick rate on a fucking server so that you actually have time to react. But that's a bigger problem. You're not going to get a 2-2 meta. Symbols got dropped. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is about that time. There's going to be roster mania going on. I think I missed some. Why is there no General Mates roster mania? I think they will be making some changes. I don't know if they're gonna right away bring in a starting level player, but they're going to pick up a substitute player. I think the denials. That's nice, motherfucker. Trying to find the message. I don't. I'm gonna have to scroll Reddit back like a couple days to find this fucking shit. It's gonna be so annoying to try and find this. Yeah, I'm gonna respond to this fucking rumors. I gotta find it. Oh, it's gonna take a while for me to fucking find this. One sec, chat. You're talking about BO format. Like, yeah, I know, but it's just like people got melted by the VMP. People got melted by the ASM1 too. Like, I'll tell you, bro. People bitch about getting shot on my subs all the time. This is every COD ever, bro. The Gemini thing was on Saturday. I had to scroll back pretty far. Fucking find this. I'm trying to find. Did it not end up on Reddit? I'm trying to find like who. Someone on Gentlemates responded to like the Ronnie stuff. By the way, also EWC just tweeted out an announcement about going to Paris. They haven't tweeted much about details on it, but we'll cover it. I'm trying to find like the Ronnie, maybe like Ronnie. Maybe Ronnie like respond to some of the stuff. It's right here. That denial is written like pretty specifically though. They said they didn't have contact with Ethan. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not having contact with Ethan's org or with Ethan representatives of Ethan, but you know. For what it's worth. Well, I'm gonna be honest, Carrie. News with the pivot and how small their team is. Don't be surprised if news comes a little bit later for some of this shit. Just because I think they're just behind. Well, it's good that at least they've talked about the French shit now, like that's out there. I think they're gonna get crazy attendance for this event. To be honest, I think you guys will. I think you guys are gonna very much see League of Legends, Apex, potentially COD, and potentially legal CS are gonna get insane event attendance in France. I've heard some rumors about spaces, but nothing concrete. I've heard La Défense. I've heard I think it's at Versailles Convention Center. I've heard a couple of different spots. I don't think anything's confirmed at the moment. So I don't know if we're gonna go, chat. I mean, it's always with EWC. Planning with them is, uh, you know, it's interesting. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, W stats sweet. Huh. I wonder who runs his account. Be right back though. I wonder who runs his account though. Be right back. T Wolves going to the East will actually happen. Yeah, I mean, it depends on if they expand the league. I don't know if it's the first time it's ever happened, Jaybird, but like, I don't think. I don't think vetoes is why Optic lost though. Optic lost because they scammed hard in the SNEs and the Overload. Like that's really what the series came down to, not fucking vetoes. You can argue by them picking Team B. They gave Thieves the opportunity to get Scar Overload, which is a map that's been a bread and butter for them like since like fucking Major 1. You know? Like you can have that argument, sure. But like they also didn't made a bad place to lose that map. It was a very close map too. No, it's not about adapting. It's about not making dumb fucking plays. Like, bro, we're gonna talk about it. It's about not long pinching when you don't need a long pinch. And if you're long pinching and shit's getting popping off, you need a shortcut back to the fucking play. Like, you know, I'll give an example. Like this clip, right? He's got a cap and spawns out P2, goes around, even though this is a P3 fucking thing. His teammates start to go down, and he's taking the long way to fucking top green. Like, brother, like, if you want to pinch these guys, you need to hop window, or you got to go back, get back in the fucking play, brother. Look how far out of the play he is. Right? Like, this pinch is fine if he's going to try and contest this guy mid-cut. To be fair, they already read this. So, like, for starters, Thieves spawn close, and they're like, what the fuck's going on here? So, Paco's already watching this, so he's probably dead anyway. But he didn't even try to get in the play quick enough. Okay? Like, this is not a good play. It has nothing to do with adaptation. It's about making the right decision. The Call of Duty League website, if you go to the Call of Duty League website and you go to the settings, it has the veto process for every form of every form of vetoes that we have. They're all there. I need to make fucking I need to make fucking overlays real quick. CoDCast, 3 box, and CoDCast, 3 box, GP. Yeah, my fucking webcam to this. Image con CC 3 box. Okay. Documents, CoDCast, files. Oh, Ant doesn't have a version. Come on. It's not that big of a deal. We can live with this, but we generally don't even really use this fucking. We don't even use this fucking scene anyway. We use this one. So. We generally use this scene anyway. You know what I need is I don't have a fucking ticker. I don't know if I can free. I don't think I can install a fucking. I don't want to restart my fucking stream. I mean, I'm just gonna put a fucking. We're just gonna put a fucking Major 3 recap patch and Rambo. What does it need a big bro? I don't tell you. Whatever. Good enough, bro. I'm not gonna complain. It's good enough, bro. I really fucking relax. Did Ben rank the 3 Drake albums? I'm gonna be honest. I think it goes Iceman, Hob Diddy, or whatever the fuck it's titled, and the third one just terrible. They're all bro. You guys are not gonna like this. I bro, I'm gonna be honest. Since Drake and 40 stopped making music together consistently, he's gone downhill. I don't know if people like want to hear that, but I really think that that's kind of been the big switch. When 40 was actually like full-time executive producing his projects, they were curated in a way better way, and now it's just they're too scattershot, bro. And I think like conceptually, you listen to this album, and like I don't. It's just like he's in denial, bro. He's in denial of his situation as an artist. It's very odd to me. Like the beef happens, and you're doing a song about Future, but we're not really like addressing how we got there post beef. Like, yeah, there are some songs on here that I think are good, but there's a lot of like the absolute dog shit. And then the other 2 albums are just mostly trash. No, it's not about ghostwriting. Ghostwriting's not the issue. The issue is that 40, I think, was really good at exec producing his projects. And being in the room and just like curating what was being put together. I think that's missing now. And I assume that's because 40 has either had a personal breakup with Drake or he's also got medical issues. And I'm sure it makes it difficult for him to consistently be in the studio. But like you could time that happening to like when he started to fall off as far as making cohesive projects. Because his projects are not cohesive. They're very scattershot. You try to do it a little bit different with this one by like making sort of 3 different albums that have 3 different sounds. You know, like you kind of tried to do a better job of it on this one, but like even then, I just think the content Iceman is just mid. It's just not. They're just unsatisfying projects, bro. I don't know. I'm sure Drake fans will come in here and just cook the shit out of me and say I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So, what's good, futures? I don't know what you're talking about, Junior. Spurs played tonight? Oh, yeah, they do. Is S&D, bro? I'm not even gonna entertain that one, bro. I'm not even gonna entertain this stupid fucking Reddit post, bro. I'm a Drake fan. I agree with you. Listen, he can make hits. Like, he's got bangers in him. He just be like, I don't know. These albums are just mid, bro. They're just fucking mid. They're just absolute fucking just mid pack, bro. What's a non-mid Drake album to you? Probably the last good Drake album that I didn't think was like, you know what I'm saying, was probably Views. Or Nothing Was the Same. Pretty much since Scorpion, like, he's had this problem. Like, cause like, I don't know. I mean, actually the first half of Scorpion was really good. The second half of the album was like very underwhelming. And then More Life has bangers, but like, again, as a fucking project, it's not that good. Certified Lover Boy, not good. Certified Lover Boy is the same problem as all these ones. There's just a couple of good songs and a lot of just him just crooning over just like half-baked fucking beats. Yeah, it's a pretty good run, Tucker. I agree. But I'll tell y'all, like, he's had this problem for a long time, and I think it times with 40 not fucking working on his projects anymore full time. Some songs for you I thought was okay. I would say more so than any other recent album. That's probably one of his better ones. For All the Dogs is terrible. I'm not gonna hear this For All the Dogs bullshit. The deluxe edition and the 4 or 5 songs he added in the deluxe were really good, but that album is very systemic to this problem. The middle of that album is just like half-baked fucking songs. It half-baked him crooning for a minute and a half of just nothing, bro. Of just an uninteresting, just nothing song. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know what to tell you, bro. He just doesn't make cohesive projects anymore. And I get it. I get why it happens. It just fucking sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, this song is good. Okay? I'm gonna explain to you the problem. Ready? Great song. Decent song. Dog shit. Mid. Okay. Solid. Fucking terrible. Actually, the song isn't terrible. It's extremely mid. I don't want to hear Drake rap in Spanish ever again. You know, it's good. I low-key like the song. Uh, eh. Mid. But then after Polar Opposites is all like the deluxe songs, and those were good. Like, that's the thing. But the deluxe songs all have the same theme to them. You had a deluxe of 4 songs that actually are cohesive, and that's the fucking problem. That's what's so annoying about Drake. Like, I think he could do it. He's just not doing it. The same problem I have with Kanye. Like, holy fuck, it's there. Just do it. And unable to just put out like fucking 8 tracks that like kind of have like a thread to them. Like, people like the punk on Kendrick, but like Kendrick does it. His albums are pretty cohesive in the sound they have. Sexy Red sucks, I know, but I kind of fuck with this song. It's a very dumb song, but I kind of fuck with it, bro. It's catchy. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. He just makes catchy songs sometimes, but a lot of the middle of this album just sucks. This is also Virginia Beach is probably one of the worst Drake openers of all time. I think this opener is just mid, bro. I think Virginia Beach is mid. Anyway. That's just my issue, Kips. I just don't think like he makes. There was a time and a place where Drake made cohesive projects, and like they were great albums, and now he's just a business unto himself, where he's got to release these songs in order to keep the business going. Then he can subsequently go on tour and make money off the business, and the artistry is not there. He's also in massive denial of his position in the industry. But the funny thing, and the last point I'm going to make, and this one's kind of an insane thought, is like where this is trending. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. I think there's a very good chance we're heading in a direction where I think Drake and Kanye are gonna put together a fucking collab album at some point next year or two, and that's kind of like their attempt to sort of reset things a little bit, because they both kind of fucking need it. Although I will say Iceman's going to do numbers. Like from a sales perspective, Iceman's going to do numbers. So it's not like a money thing. From like an artistic perspective, I think they kind of low-key need it. Even if it's an EP, if they don't pull out a full like 15, 17 length project, they put out like 7 to 9 tracks. Like it sounds like apparently they buried the hatchet recently, so who the fuck knows? Join up, I'm literally in Discord. Fucking go down the other channel. I dragged you, Dylan, on mute.
Yo. What's good?
What's good, bro?
Do I have to do anything with my cam on Discord, or how does it work?
No, you're gonna just join the flank OBS Ninja, and I'll play a cam from there.
Okay, wait. So I have to deactivate my cam on my stream?
No, do you use OBS?
Yeah.
Just set up fucking virtual camera. Do you use Streamlabs? Do you use Streamlabs OBS or regular OBS?
Not regular.
Yeah, you just set up virtual camera. You set output type to source and your webcam, and it'll just send that. You don't have to fucking. But I mean, like you're gonna want to hide your webcam anyway if you're gonna like pull my stream up and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how you visually want to do it, but that's like how you'll just send your cam.
Yeah, I can just deactivate mine. It'll be easier, I think. Yo, Ben, you been fucking with the new Drake album?
I think it's alright. I think there's a couple of good songs. I'm in agreement with you. There's a couple of good songs, and there's just a lot of like, just alright. You know
some of the songs that I like half the songs, but like I don't like the other half of it. You know, I don't have a song where I'm like, damn, I love this song to completion. 100%, it's perfect. There's always like I have a critique of every song, and the other songs just kind of sound the same.
I don't think it's about sounding the same. I think the problem is that he just makes these, like a lot of the Drake songs on this album are like half-baked ideas that have a beat switch in the middle, and there's just like, because they just didn't finish
then you
track.
like one half, and then the other half is ass. That's what I'm saying.
It's
you
just
like the first or second half. Right. Deactivate. Ben, is it your dream to start a family in LA?
Fuck no.
Well, what about in Ohio?
I don't know. I'm not thinking that far ahead right now.
I like that. All right. I'm in the Ninja.
You're in the Ninja. Let me pull it up. Director. Copy solo link. You're also muted yourself in OBS?
Oh, no. All right, now I'm muted. It's a fair shot. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm kind of disappointed.
The Drake album. I mean, I knew I was gonna be disappointed. So
Yeah, bro. But I'm not gonna lie. For All the Dogs is fire.
what? No,
I like For All the People.
that album's mid, bro.
Nah, bro. I'm if you just don't see the vision.
There's no vision on
If you
the
just
album.
don't see
What?
the vision, bro. For All the Dogs is a good ass album, bro.
The only vision
I'm
is in
telling
the
you.
is in the deluxe songs they added after the album came out.
I don't know, bro. Like let me look at these songs on this album. For all
Lamberto, if you're here, just see it. If you want to send it over, I'll use it. I appreciate you whipping it up, Lamberto. Just either DM it to me or actually, can you send me because I need the alpha? Can you just like email it to me, Lamberto. Otherwise, I think
that song we heard didn't drop. It was a stunt to get his label. I'm convinced. Oh no, that's not. Whenever you hear people saying that, it's a stunt to get out of something, that's how you know it's not very good.
I mean, people keep talking about. I mean, I'll be honest. I think the best song on the album is "What Did I Miss." I know it was a single, but it's still pretty good.
I like the first half of Burning Bridges, but then it just gets so repetitive at the end. Wait, Ben, you're telling me Polar Opposites isn't a good song?
Obviously, it's okay. I think Janice,
Away from
SCFU.
Home? I'm talking about For All the Dogs, bro.
Oh, For All the Dogs.
Bro, For All the Dogs has some bangers. I'm looking at this right now.
I think the best song on For All the Dogs is "You Broke My Heart." Yes.
That's a good song. Rich Baby Daddy's fire.
I like that song. That song that's just a I don't know. It's just the
BBL
earworm
Love,
song. There's a lot of bad songs though. Like Gently is bad. Fucking remember Drew Picasso is bad. 969 Santa bad. Tried Our Best is not that good.
Tried Our Best is fire. What?
Virginia Beach might be the worst opener on fucking of any Drake album. Amen's okay, but it just needed more Tizo on it.
Tried Our Best is fire.
I mean, Bahama Promise is better than Tried Our Best. But that's another song that he just didn't finish. Just him crooning like. Then there's an outro talking about oxtails.
Wait, that part was funny as. See, now I need to go to some events without you, Benji, because you're always just bitching in my ear. I don't want to go without you. Now, For All the Dogs is fire.
Roberto, I sent you my email.
Slime You Out? Are you kidding me?
Slime You Out solid. Slime You Out solid. I'll give you that one.
Leave you at home, I want to have a good night.
There is a lot of filler in Florida Dogs, though. I refuse to fucking.
Nah, if they deleted Gently, Another Late Night. Screw the World. Daylight. I don't even know what Daylight is. This one's fire. I can't lie. Wait, there's no graphics saying my name?
There is. I just.
Oh, you fixed it? Oh, W, BENJ.
No, Alberto put it together real quick.
No, shout out Alberto. Wait, Alberto or Lamberto?
Lamberto.
Oh, Lamberto. Alberto. Support group with a membership. Ain't down white lines like supremacists. Champagne, A's Benedict. Yeah, nah, Ben, you're just not feeling what Drake's saying on Tried Our Best. I'm not gonna lie, you ain't feeling what Drake's saying, bro.
And now you're just trying to troll me, bro. Let me clock in.
That song's fire.
Just lock in, bro. It's gonna be a sec for fucking Ray. We got Phil for a second. Do you want to link chats? We usually do that during.
Yeah. How do I do it?
I'll invite you 1 sec.
Yeah. It's not right. Yo, Kips, chill on BENJ, bro. What the fuck?
What did Kip say?
He gets called nothing, Benny. Nothing, bro.
All right, you're just fucking rage baiting. Okay. I
Yeah, I'm
knocked.
rage
It just
baiting. He
fucking
didn't say
accept.
anything.
Click the join button in your fucking chat.
He got called restarted yesterday. Like, come on, he's been going through a lot. Yeah, I joined.
Yeah, Damon calling restart is actually on brand for him. I'll say.
Wait, am I in? It
I don't
just
think
says joining.
so.
Oh wait, there's like another pop up.
It says network issues. What's good, Ant?
Let's go, and I'm just you now. I'm literally just nameless, reincarnated. Doing everything. The desk, the CoDCast.
Here, I'm gonna re-knock you.
Yeah, re-knock. Yo, Ben, what's the pay for this shit?
Free.
Free?
Yeah. We don't got budget for this shit.
BENJ is not paying, but Tom pays us though. Like you're not paying.
We don't got budget for this shit. Like what? Like you think we're the flank? Click join. Below my name, to the right of my name. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna send you a link. I'm in the Rambo box. Fuck, good call.
On you.
Good call.
That could never be.
There you go.
Twitch me record, bro. What the fuck?
You make the window bigger. Like, can you expand at the bottom?
Oh, you're so smart.
There you go. Now we have link chat.
All right, chat. Is it chat? Is it link?
Yes, the share chat.
All right, chat. Be respectful, man. There's other chats in here. Other people can see what you're saying. Be respectful to everyone. There's no place for racism in Call of Duty. Let me pull that email up.
I can't believe the Knicks came back last night. That shit was crazy, though.
Oh, I didn't watch.
Bro. I mean, I was about to turn the game off in Discord, and then Brunson said, "Fuck it." Then.
Okay.
I almost turned the game off. Haglin snipes. I did not turn the game off, but I got real close though. I got real close. We were almost at that fucking point.
But you ain't got no bucks.
Lamberto did. What's up?
No. Are the chats connected?
Oh yeah.
Nah, Benny's actually the GO producer. CoDCast already happened? Nah, it's about to happen.
We're waiting on Rambo Ray right now.
Everyone's on like a father now. Big Ant's a father, Ray's a father, taking care of the kids, the dogs. So what's responsible? When are we having a kid, BENJ?
We?
Not like together, but like in general.
We?
Like when are you gonna have a kid? And like I'm gonna have a kid. Not together. Obviously we can't, recreate or whatever it's called.
Fucking we?
Bro, not together. We can't have a kid, BENJ. All right.
Fucking we? Like, God fucking damn. Oh, fuck's making.
Bro, I can't wait for my vlog to come out. Oh man.
Are you still talking about the shuffleboard shit, bro? Like
oh, that's a big part at the end of the vlog. Nah, the worst part of the weekend, bro, I wish I would have recorded when I threw the water ball at your head. Oh my God, that would have been so good. I just did that for the love of the game though. And then I threw 2 papers at you and I missed both times. Bro, what the fuck are you saying? BENJ's chat, my hairline is fine. I have a good hairline, okay? Relax. My hairline's perfectly fine. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Turkey trip? Who are we saying a turkey trip to?
Yeah, Ben, we're good. We don't need to go to Turkey.
Yeah, I'm chilling, bro.
Both our hairlines are fine. We got W hairlines.
Yeah, we got W hairlines. We're chilling, bro.
Tatch needs turkey. What the fuck are you guys saying, bro?
Someone doesn't need turkey, bro. DC Intel just needs his team to stop trolling in fucking finals so he stops spiking his fucking cortisol though.
No, I know Ant loves that new Drake for sure.
Oh, he loves that new Drake for sure.
Bro,
You know
Ant
what?
would put his life on the line for Drake. He would do anything for Drake. Every time a new Drake album comes out, Ant's on the timeline battling for his honor.
I named my first kid Jalen. Listen, everybody thinks they're better than Jalen Brunson when it's time to be better than Jalen Brunson. And then we
What was the
separate them.
score? How much did they come back yesterday?
22.
Benja?
They were down 22 with 9 minutes left, and they came back.
Who the fuck?
They outscored them
the
44 to 11. I think down at the end of that stretch.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
No,
No, it was actually a crumble of the Cavs.
yeah, that's bad.
Brunson just attacked no defense Harden, but yeah, the Cavs also didn't do anything about it though. They kept giving him the switch. Like at some point, you gotta blitz Brunson and like make Bridges or OG or Shaman make hit shots, which they started to do in the fourth quarter. The problem is then Bridges made 2 shots, Shaman made a shot, and at that point it was a tie game. You know what I'm saying?
Dill, it's your fault. You said you were gonna play pickleball with Shotzi. No, if we would have played,
Later,
you won. Peace out, Ant. Peace out, Ant. Take care of the baby. If Ant played pickleball with me, we would win. I could fix Optic. I know how to do it. I know what to do.
Yeah, what are you doing?
If they just play pickleball with me. It's simple, really.
Am I calling a timeout? If I were them, I would have called a timeout when it became a 15-point fucking game. And been like, all right, well, like Brunson's now made 3 or 4 shots in a row. Why don't we like go make someone else beat us? Nah, it was criminal coaching. The fact that they called one timeout on that run was nuts. I think Carter might be mad at me though, because I texted him yesterday. And I was like, both coaches tried to throw the game, and he did not give me a good response back. I was like, well, I don't know how else to say it, brother. I think the Knicks had terrible concepts in the third quarter by trying to get the ball out of the hand of both guards and just getting torched by everybody else. And then the Cavs literally made no attempt to stop down Brunson, bro. Like, fucking Ray, bro. They'd be good for 12, 12, 30. And it's fucking 12, 15. He's nowhere to be found, bro.
Ah, BENJ, you're torching my time right now. I'm a busy man, and you're here torching my shit.
I'm torching.
This is your show, BENJ.
I'm torching.
You are the owner of the CoDCast. Your crew needs to be here on time.
I'm the owner of the CoDCast. Okay.
Well, who's the owner of the CoDCast? You and Nameless, right?
I mean, it's mostly Ant show. James Harden trade was awful. I mean, yeah. There's no way Haggle's in my chat asking me about fucking IIHF international hockey. Bro, what? Lock in.
Oh, where's this? Oh, never mind.
Guys,
should
we're
we
waiting
for
on
lunch,
Ray, bro.
BENJ?
Once he gets here, we'll start going here. Oh, bro, dude. I was hoping to get 9 in today, maybe, but bro, it poured earlier. I don't know if I want to go out in the course this afternoon. The no sun. I woke up, Dylan, and it was literally like, you want to like rain so hard and it's windy outside that it sounds like the rain just constantly splattering against the window. It was like so loud. Then I went out for a walk and there was literally tree branches everywhere in my neighborhood. The wind must have been crazy this morning.
Yeah, it was storming in Texas last night for like an hour. The rain was going crazy. Bro, the fucking the stop sign got knocked over in the storm.
That's crazy.
The stop sign got knocked over. That was insane. It's still on the floor.
Yeah, we're in Discord, right? I'm going golfing tomorrow, chat. We're going out to this course called Darby Creek. I gotta show you.
IRL golf stream?
No, because I gotta show. You want me to show you where? Go to my stream right now, Don.
I'm in here.
This course is in like
I'm in
the
here.
absolute sticks, bro.
Well, we went wrong. What?
Absolute sticks still. Like,
Where the hell is that?
it's like Steve, but it's really nice. I mean, anyone that lives in Columbus will tell you this course is good though.
So there's just no internet out there, so you can't.
There's like limited cell reception on like this side of the course
Oh yeah, it would just be lagging.
because it's like it's like one bar over here usually. It's kind of an interesting course. Like this side is all links, and then this is all like more like you see how tight some of these holes are, like 3 holes. So I like Darby.
What are you shooting tomorrow?
Hopefully like at 85, 86.
We're
Nameless
in
Chord.
Court, right?
Nameless Chord.
Wait, he said he's in here, Ben.
I'll
He's
drag
in the
him one
waiting
sec.
room.
I'm gonna drag him one sec.
Man, Drake is so buns. Damn, they're cooking Drake. I don't know that new album. I'm not really. Maybe I haven't listened to the other albums, but Iceman is just kind of whatever. Is the flank tonight? Yeah, the flank's tonight at 8 Eastern. Yeah, 8 Eastern.
Yo,
Yo, what's good, right?
what's good?
Mr. Ray.
Good stuff on
Let's
the
go.
end.
Thank you, Ray. You like that?
Good. You look good, kid.
Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Let me send my
It was a fun
screen
time.
back.
I'm literally a reincarnation of Nameless. The analyst desk, the fucking CoDCast,
There you go.
whatever else I need to replace Nameless, and I'm there.
Yeah, Aaron was joking to me about that this
Golf
morning.
with
You
BENJ.
want to be a dad?
Not yet. Not yet.
Golf with BENJ, yeah. Maybe one day.
I'd love to see Dill swing club.
Oh, and it wouldn't be good. I've not went to the driving range in a very
Bro.
long time.
Ray, you would have loved the course that fucking Hilton took me to on Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sure. I am sure.
It was just like
Ice? What the?
it was one of those ones where like there was like danger in every hole, but like because it's built like towards the lake, you could kind of play the safe side and you could get like a good bounce. Like if you knew where to miss, you could actually like score pretty good. And the Bermuda wasn't that high, which is nice.
I think my swing's back. I played on Monday and I shot 2 over in 25-mile-an-hour wind.
Pretty
One of the
good.
better wind rounds I've ever played.
Yeah, it's been really windy here when we've been playing. I gotta add a Ray to these scenes.
Why is the chat saying I'm late? What was the time we agreed upon?
I did say we'd start at noon.
Hmm.
We did say like noon, 12:30.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Nah, yeah, Ray. So your payment's actually going to me for this episode for showing up late. You're getting fined.
Payment. I don't get paid, though.
Benji keeps all the money for himself. All the
I give all the money.
Right now for the
Okay.
government.
All right, bro. Don't need plenty of money last weekend, bro. You're chilling,
I
dude.
don't need to watch the Habs highlight. I've been watching the games live. Chat, what you guys talking about? Fuck me, baby. Go Habs, go. Come on. We're still alive.
Baltimore team.
Ben's 10th team lost.
Yeah, I know. They absolutely tossed.
Not even his
Their backup
team.
goalie couldn't stop a fucking ham sandwich in Game 7. 2-3 garbage ass fucking goals. They did also did potentially get robbed too, but we won't talk about that.
What do you mean? For
The disallowed goal?
Play?
The disallowed goal?
That's not, dude. It wasn't even a goal. They whistled, and even if they hadn't whistled, the guy pushed the goalie back. It would have been a goal anyways. They would have fucking turned it around. God damn, Ben, you're not supposed to be one of those fans.
You never know, Ray. You never know. You never know, Ray.
That would have not been a goal, bro. We are too
You never
weak.
know, Ray.
You fell in with the crowd. All the crowd was like, "Oh my god, bro!" They whistled, which is not a goal in hockey. And even if they hadn't, you can't push the goalie into the net
or dislodge their whistles, let it play out a bit more.
That is not a goal.
I'm trying to make sure there's no gaps. Okay.
Wait, Ben.
What?
You know who was cooking your golf? You know who said he was better than you at golf?
Who?
Spencer,
bro. I'm sorry, but I play. Hold on. Spencer and I are even match. Spencer, I have played golf with, and sometimes he can't find the fucking fairway. Ray, back me up on this.
That'd be a good match.
Oh yeah, Joe was like, "Nah, Ben's pretty good," and Spinner's like, "Nah."
Ben's
not that good.
I'll play with Spencer. When Spencer can find the fairway, he shoots really well because he can hit it pretty far. But I've also played rounds with him. I played around with Spencer where we played Eagles Nest. Ray, have you ever played Eagles Nest in Toronto?
No.
It's it's this course where it was a really nice course, but like there's just heavy fescue if you miss the fairway, and I watched Spencer just being fescue all around. Because he couldn't find the surface of his 3-iron. I think Spencer and I could play straight up. It'd be a good match, to be honest.
I think it'd be a good match. I think that'd be fucking lit content.
It'd be good content. We gotta run it at some point because
that'd be a good match, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Have you seen Abe swing?
Yeah, he's pretty good. I want to play some golf with Abe. Yeah, I want to play. Your friend's family owns that Eagles Nest. Eagles Nest is so nice. Ray would love that course.
That's sick.
You should look it up, Ray. There's a couple of videos that we played it twice at 2 of Toronto events, and it was good. I'm gonna run the bathroom real quick. We'll run this.
Bro, you always do this.
I'm gonna travel and play golf everywhere one day.
Right before the show's about to start, BenJ always goes to the the worst is when he joins in the flank call. Yo, you guys all ready? Everyone's like, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Rambo been watching from the bowling alley getting ready for nationals. I mean, kind of true.
Yeah, Kips wanted to know what's your highest bowling score is, right?
My highest bowling score, I got 65-ish perfect games and 15 800 series.
Damn. Kip said his was like 260 or something. Yeah, 268.
I've bowled 4 perfect games on the PBA tour, and I've won 2 PBA regional titles. I was also named the PBA Rookie and Player of the Year in the West Region in 2018, 2019?
Damn, bro, you just have so much like random lore, I feel like.
I know, there's so much random Ray lore, bro.
What ball you throw? I mean, I got a lot of balls, brother. My favorite ball of all time is probably the Idol. It's a magenta one from Roto Grip. But
hey, what's good, Berg?
By the way, before we run this, everybody go gas Ant's tweet. And I'll talk about the show, but Ant's obviously not here right now because he just had a kid. So make sure you go respond. We'll talk about it off the rip, but make sure you guys go gas that. All right, you guys ready to do this?
Yes, sir. Pop
all right, 1 2 test. 1 2 test.
Test test.
I'm testing the recording. All right. What's up, guys? Welcome to another episode of the CoDCast. You're probably wondering why Nameless is not here. I am hosting the show today because Nameless and his wife just had a kid. So shout out to Ant and Lana and their baby son, Rami, who was born a couple of days ago. So no Ant today. He's off celebrating more life. He'll be back next week. Joined as always by the coach, Rambo Ray. And today, who's been filling in for Nameless everywhere, We got Mr.
Yep.
Dylan Attach. What's good, Mr. Dylan?
Ben, it's a pleasure to be here. I took Ant's spot on the analyst desk for the weekend. I'm taking Ant's spot on the CoDCast, so I'm just a second reincarnation of Nameless. I'm just taking his spot wherever he goes. But of course, shout out to Ant and his family, welcoming his new baby into the world. So hopefully everything went well. But yeah, it's fun to be here, ready to talk some COD.
Ray, how you doing today? I know you've had a kid in the past. You're probably ready to.
Yeah, we're past that already. We're 9 months in now. It's no new news now. Yeah, shout out to Ann for being a dad. I think it's Rami.
Yeah.
I think I forgot one of the two, but yeah, he's gonna have his hands full for a little bit, so we might not see him for a while. But no, it's a blessing. I'm good, man. Habs made it through Game 7. That was an OT winner. That was probably the most stressful sports watch of my entire life. I've been a Habs fan my entire life, but we haven't. I mean, even the cup run we had was a 2021. The COVID run was kind of There was nothing. It wasn't that exciting, but this year's actually exciting. It's sick. But yeah, I had some good COD matches last weekend, man. That was a fun watch. I mean, we have a fucking lot to talk about. So
yeah, we got a lot to talk about, and I also was going through it last night. The Knicks were down 22 to the Cavs. I was about to be like, here we go, another L for the Knicks in a big series, and they made an insane comeback in 9 minutes and somehow won that game. So shout out Jalen Brunson. Everybody thinks they're better than Brunson when it's time to be better than Brunson. But enough sports talk. We have a lot of COD action to talk about. Major 3 conversations. We have a bit of EWC news that broke today. Knowing that it's Wednesday, there might be roster mania news that breaks live on the show. So if it happens, we'll cover that, as well as call-ins, and we'll get to that at the end of the show. But let's jump in. Let's talk about Major 3, which took place this last weekend in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Georgia World Congress Center. By the way, there's like hella World Cup stuff posted all around downtown, which is pretty cool. But
wait, the World Cup in Atlanta? There's going to be something?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of games in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz.
Gotcha.
But LA Thieves were your champion over Optic Texas in a Game 7 of 7 in the grand final. It was a very fun event with a very fun finish. Dylan, I want to start with you since you were there. We're going to get into individual teams over the course of this episode, but just wanted to get your top-level thoughts on the tournament, the format, being on the analyst desk, like just high-level thoughts on your end.
Oh, well, I think the format was just perfect for this event because, like, you finally got to see some amateur teams play against some pros, and we almost saw a couple upsets. I mean, we had, what's it called, Surge get sent by an amateur team. That's kind of an upset. Not really. But then you had P7 or Project Notorious almost beat Gentleman's. That would have been like the best shit all weekend if that happened. Unfortunately, they fucking choked a 5-2 lead Game 5 because Neptune just saved them with a 3-piece nade.
He does it again.
He did it again. I thought they were going home, bro, because the Gentleman's, I mean, they didn't look good even after this, really. They still kind of made a little run in the tournament. But overall, the arena was perfect. It kind of had like that old school COD feel. The Challengers pit was going crazy. I remember when we were doing the flank that one night, we had Rock and Face Falcons playing, and you just heard everyone fucking yelling. It was so loud. And then, of course, you had the Bush versus Face Falcons. That was insane as well. You had Jerry banging on the fucking main stage, yelling at people to go home. Overall, it was a great weekend. There was so many like good matches and hype moments. And being on the desk was cool. I mean, it's a lot more difficult than you would think. Luckily, Puckett just sets you up easily. So, of course, shout out to Puckett, shout out to Ali, and then all the other casters that joined us on the weekend. But they're talking in your ear. They're like, all right, we're going to talk about Optic Texas. Boom, wrap that up. We got to talk about LA Thieves. So, like, there's always stuff you have to listen to while talking. But it was fun. I had a good time on the desk.
Yeah, Ray, I'll get my thoughts last, but I know you were remote at home. How did it feel like from your perspective?
I have a hard time seeing how this isn't the staple for our events. I get the idea of the league and the fact that we have like 12 pro teams and a professional leagues, yada yada yada. But there has to be some changes to just the base like 12 team, 14 starts and losers, 8 starts and winners kind of like events we have. Like this was so much more exciting to watch. So many more storylines. there's just the challengers is so like strong right now in terms of just the orgs they have, the players that are still in there that clearly, I mean, we saw it have a chance to be in the league. I think the only thing that I'm a little disappointed about is that this event wasn't soon in the year, because I feel like we would have seen a lot more changes from some of the bottom teams early on if the talent that was showcased through the challenger teams that were in the pro-am and even in the challengers pool itself, with some of the teams that made it deep, we would have seen some changes early on. I feel like more so than we do now. So I don't know what the answer is. That's the thing. Like we can maybe debate a little bit what the feel is for that, but I feel like there needs to be some sort of a shift towards our base events. It's not necessarily have to be this all the time, but we need some sort of resemblance or change it for the excitement to be as high as this one. Because this was by far, like, I wasn't even there, and this was by far and foremost the most fun format to watch from start to finish.
Yeah, there was always a match going on too. Like there was never downtime. Usually, at the events that we have now, there'll just be the one match. Then you have to wait 30 minutes. Then there's the next match. But there was always something to do. Even when we were on the desk, we were watching the alpha match. But then there was 3 other matches going on the other stations, so we're always switching constant. And I think, of course, the fans love that. It might be a little bit tough for production and like the watch parties to follow, and you might miss out on some games. But the fact that you can watch COD every single day just makes it so much more enjoyable.
You're just watching like the AAA quality match all the time, rather than having, like you said, stick around for the B game. It's something that people aren't necessarily super interested in. But no, it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are very similar to you guys. You know, I really like this event format. I'll circle back to that in a sec. I thought the convention center layout was pretty good. It was kind of like the way where the CDL hall was. It was kind of stuffed in the corner. Not saying it was small, but it kind of was in this area with like pretty tight ceilings because they had rolled out tight ceilings. They rolled out one of the walls of the convention center, so it felt like kind of intimate still, and so it was very loud. They had the house sound up fucking really high in that room, probably the loudest I've ever heard it. And some of the pop off moments were great. Obviously, the Brandon 1v2 snipe.
Yeah, that was
very memorable.
That was
crazy.
Our watch
felt it from home.
Yeah, our watch party setup was great. We were in a really good corner with a great view. So shout out to EFG for setting that up. And yeah, I kind of agree with you guys. Like, I really think we need to do more pro-am formats. We should have one at the beginning of the year, and at least one in the middle of the year, and then one to finish the year. If at minimum we get 3 and we build up from there, I think that's a good, like, real start. I think the nice thing about this year was they did a really good job on all 4 streams of giving like a real broadcast. So like even Charlie and Delta had casters, had graphics, like they felt like cohesive, watchable products. And we were sitting on our watch party able to kind of switch between all 4, which is kind of cool. So I know Daniel in the past has come on and said that they're open to doing more pro-ams. It's kind of tough for the team hosted events because the only way you can do these are really in convention centers. So if you go into an arena, go into a theater, you can't necessarily have 3 or 4 different stages in order to do it. So hopefully we get more.
Sorry, just to that though, like the old format, the MLG days, was the open bracket is before the pro bracket. Like the pro teams wouldn't play till like Saturday. Like to me,
no, they would play like 2. They would be in groups of 4. They would play 2 of the matches on Friday and then 1 on Saturday.
Versus the pro teams, and then they would all play the amateur team.
Right. What I'm getting at is like, let's say they had let's say it's only the main stage floor space they have. They could easily just not put chairs on a Thursday, Friday, play the open bracket, the AM bracket, and whoever qualifies in, then everything turns into main stage for the weekend. Like I feel like there's ways around the space required for that.
They lose money though.
I'm not. This may
on Thursday, Friday.
I'm gonna put a little bit of a. So the problem with that, Ray, is dismantling those stations, because you got to remember, you got to put power internet. Like in order to build that layout, it requires a lot to unwind that and then lay out all those shares. That pretty much means that you need a crew that works overnight in order to do that. You get it's not a cheap. While it could work, it's not a cheap endeavor to pull that off. I will say.
I get you.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing.
I just miss that. I like even the way it is now with the way the program was formulated in terms of the qualifying for it. Like I'm not saying the teams that were there didn't deserve to be there, but you want the teams that are hot in that event to have a chance to beat the pros.
Like we want to see Bush. Bush won the tournament. We want to see them versus the pros now, 100%.
I just think the way to do this
logistically, it's hard now.
The way to do this at minimum, EWC I think will always stay some version of a pro-am. I think we need a Q4. You know, the game comes out in October, November, so we need like an end of November, early December event. You get a nice little spring pro-am. You get one at the end of the year. If there's a minimum 3 out of like the 7 or 8 events we play in a given year, like that's a good start. And we could scale up from there as team hosted events are able to like get into a space where they can do it. But I think those were our thoughts. Obviously, our next event is going to be in Paris, and that's going to be a banger. We'll talk about that plenty, but I'm super excited to head to Paris. I think I just want quick thoughts. I'm going to take a look at the standings here in the CDL, and unfortunately, guys, and we're going to start with you, Ray. Looking at it, I think the champs race kind of might be over. The cut line right now is 200. Carolina's at 130. They basically have to win Major 4.
Bro, did you see their click on Carolina? Go look at their schedule for the next online matches. Like they just
if the Carolina qualifies their chance, I'll give each of them 100K.
So for audio listeners,
clip it, chat. Clip it.
That's crazy. Dill might be broke. But for audio listeners, Carolina's schedule for Major 4 is Toronto, Gentlemates, Optic Texas, Riyadh Falcons, and FaZe Vegas. So I don't think Carolina is going to run the table there. I hope that one of
the last major.
Yeah, and they basically need, like, again, they win. Let's say hypothetically they go like 2-3, 3-2, Miami Falcons, whatever trade. Like Carolina still needs one of those teams to get last, and they have to basically win the event. They need to get 100 points.
Well, there's a minor too, right? There's a minor coming up.
But I mean, their seeding is crap for that too. So it's like they basically need to win. They need to win like 3 or 4 online matches, get top 2 at the minor, and then
top 2 online maybe,
and somehow outplace Riyadh by like 2 or 3 placings of points, and then hope Riyadh doesn't win a match.
And
same with Miami.
Falcons, if they just get 8th, what is it? How many pro points is that for to get 8th? It's like 15 or 10 or something like that.
The event.
Yeah,
it's 15. I think. No, you get 15 for winning one match. No, it is. So it'd be 15.
Yeah, so they're probably even cooked, even if they win, unless they win the minor and win the major, which would be insane.
We need the teams at 200 points to like bomb out, like drastically, and they would need to win all their matches. Which again, just given who they're playing against, just seems unrealistic.
Miami and Riyadh are at least going to do well enough online to get points too. So it's like.
Yeah, my model is not. My model thinks that if Carolina wins Major 4, they have a very good chance, but that's basically the biggest mover.
Okay.
Like, even if they win the minor, it doesn't only get some 30 points. Like it's not going to move the needle too much. You know what I'm saying? They basically have to the perfect COD this stage. I don't think it's going to happen.
Kind of sucks. Isn't this kind of like the first year in a while where we just literally have we're literally one full major out where we don't have a race for champs?
Yeah, it's not even like a question. I just think it's the way they formatted the year, though, to be honest. Like, I think the way the events should happen, like Major 1 should just be a regular Major 1. Maybe there's like a minor before that, too. And then Major 2, that should be a Pro-Am 100%. Because then after that, we're going to see some Challenger players play. There's maybe like a 3-week break or something to allow time for rosters to change. Because what happened this year, there was Major 1. Then the Major 2 was like the round robin where you played 11 matches. And that's where a lot of teams climbed up in the pro points. And the teams after Major 1 that should have made a change didn't change. Like Boston, some other teams, for example. And then it just got too out of hand. Like Carolina was pretty close in the race behind Falcons, but they had a really bad stage race and now it's cooked. So I think they need to have this like round robin where every team plays everyone online in stage 3. But allow a Prem to be Major 2 so people can pick up the good Challengers players before the stage 3 round robin.
Yeah, but also, hold on. But go ahead, Ray.
That's kind of on the teams, though. That's kind of on the teams not making the changes when it mattered, though. I'm telling you right now, just from a coaching GM stance in the previous years, as soon as I see the year schedule out, and I literally look at the matches themselves of who we're scheduled to play and then the amount of matches, where the minors are, like I'll take that all into account. And in my head, I'm basically picturing a point where I need to make this is going to be my roster for the year. Like if you don't make a change before that, then there's almost no point making a change afterwise.
Well, Ray, that's different because you're Rambo Ray. And
but I mean, Bill, come on, bro. It's pro level shit. Like they can't be. That's on them. That's kind of what I'm getting.
It is on them. But
format,
to be fair,
those teams need to be fucking aware and understand.
No, they do.
These are the situations you're in. Like obviously, it's a lot easier said than done. Like I'm not saying the changes were obvious then, but you need to make a good assessment of where your team is at with scrims, with all the practice you've put in, with the matches you're at. Or am I competing in all the modes? How do I feel about my chances between now and the end of the year with this team? And if the answer is not sure, then you got to start looking elsewhere and make changes for those teams, especially going to a Major 2 where you played literally 11 online matches. That's like fucking a third of your year there.
I agree with Ray, so I'll give you a chance with Hunter.
I completely agree with you. But let's be honest, these bottom teams are just not fucking competent at all. They barely pay anything. They their pickups are very questionable. Like you just can't rely on the teams to actually make smart decisions.
Yeah, but you
Some
can't
teams, even the top
idiot
teams,
proof it
should have
though.
made changes.
Hold on, you can't idiot proof it though. Like if they're gonna fuck it up,
Why
they're gonna
not?
fuck it up. Because what do you mean? Why not? Why should we?
Why would we
Why
put
should we be
another-
giving
why
the
would we
bottom
not
teams
put a-
98 chances if they can't fucking be competent?
We're not
with
giving
their
them 98
team?
chances. We're just pushing a group round robin stage one stage later because they are so dumb already. Why not just make it one stage later? What's the bad in that?
Because I'm going to tell you
How does
that
that affect
that
anything negatively?
allocations. So let's assume that DreamHack is going to be the home of those. Like, and we could talk about online formats, but I'm going to be honest. The placement of this DreamHack Pro Am is going to entirely depend on venue availability. You can't just auto go into a season and say it's going to be stage 3. Unfortunately, the way this shit works, if you go into Atlanta or Dallas or Orlando or Anaheim or whatever, it's going to depend on when they can get that building and when the date is, and then they'll pick
You guys are
whatever
just being
stages.
like too perfect world right now, to be honest. If it was a perfect world and we had 12 teams that cared and people that cared wanted to make the right changes and were proper coaches, proper staff for this team to build players, get new players on the team, 100%. Unfortunately, we don't have this. You kind of have to baby the shit teams. The shit teams are still going to be the shit teams in this league, but you got to help them a little bit because they're too dumb to make good decisions. Unfortunately, that's just the reality we live in.
Well, let's move on. I want to talk about the meta real quick, and this is going to kind of lead us into talking about the individual teams. I think the big talking point coming in this stage was the NPC meta, and I think generally watching gameplay at this event, I think the teams that adapted the fastest to 3-4 sub situations, but had a lot of success in the pro bracket as well as in the challengers bracket. So, Dill, want to start with you. Like, do you agree that was really kind of the big metagame thing that got figured out over the course of the weekend? The teams that took advantage of that were the ones that went the deepest in this tournament.
We're talking about the NPC.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't Thieves running 4 NPCs at certain points on like Den Overload?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was talking to some challengers players too, and they kind of said that like once they realized like teams were starting to run the NPC more to just fucking make a better run because the gun is just so good on land. You're always gonna have the best gun on land is always gonna be the gun that has a high fire rate, and of course, all the top players can control the recoil, so it's not a big issue. So you're able to just run around, be as quick as you can, fastest on the map with that sub in your hand. So 100%.
Was it
and
not
then-
the better gun online as well?
Well, no, it is. It's, but I think it's even better on, like, it's more impactful on land because when your fastest player is your most impactful player, it always is. Like, you're gonna just be running around and control the tempo of the game. And I think we see a lot of ARs struggling in this stage as well.
I mean, we saw the complete opposite at the start of the year with some of the sub players struggling on the opposite side of it, and then some of the like
the
Ebanos was
M15
running
is
an
so
AR,
good.
like Ebanos was running an AR for most of the first few matches. Like that's just kind of tells you like there's a pretty dramatic shift there in terms of how the game was played and what weapon became the better weapon. And I think the teams that adapted to that and were willing to take not necessarily an ego thing, but like just play the game the way the game is giving, like whatever the game is giving you, which obviously was running more subs in the areas of the game where a sub was viable, then those are the teams that had success. And it's just, that's the reality of the league and the changes that we make in terms of meta every year. It's like you have to adapt. If you don't adapt, then you're left behind. And we saw that this weekend, I feel like, with a decent amount of team. It's the same thing. Like, I feel like wasn't Miami one of the first teams? Like, we saw Super running a sub, which was...
Yeah, and he was frying online with it.
And they were, like, whenever they first did it, they were doing it while other teams weren't, at least from the matches that I saw early on. There was, like, that 2-weekend stretch where they just looked, like, completely different. Like, we were all gassing their pace and whatnot. Yeah. But, I mean, like, if you're running more subs, granted, your pace is probably going to be faster. But when other teams started catching up and realizing that and doing it back, then that's when you saw some of the other teams kind of pull up. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of it's a weird one to look at because it was pretty clear what the best way to go about your sub to AR split was on a lot of these instances, and some teams just didn't do it.
Yeah, I agree. So I think that's a good segue into talking about the teams. So we're going to try and cover most of the teams in here. I don't think we're going to get to all of them. So like your C9s, your Bostons, I think, and they may get discussed in passing. We're going to really talk about the teams that I think are the shakers and movers. And in particular, we're going to start with Optic and Thieves. And they played a banger grand final, and it went down to a 7th map. And unfortunately for Optic, again, they go the distance in the best of 7 finals, but this S&D comes up short. They lost 2 searches in the series, 2 of the 3, and both of the overloads, winning both of the hard points. And a rare bad series from Merc with a .84, Kyler at a .97, which I know is not positive, but -3, like, come on, bro. That's pretty solid. Brandon had probably his best grand final. Was making some insane plays, especially in the S&D. The 1v2 snipe is probably one of the best clips I've ever seen. He had a collat last round, last map. Like Brandon was trying as hard as he had like a 4-piece in the first map. Helped them win that Colossus. Like I think Dash would have been their MVP if they had won this. And Dan gave them a bunch of really good slaying games, but he made a bunch of bad decisions, and we're gonna get to those during this convo. On the side of Thieves, Hydra didn't have his best series of 0.93, a 0.8 out of scrap, but Nissim, first ever grand final as a pro, a 1.11, insane. Abizi consistently frying the stage, gave them a 102. If you're entry player, your aggressive player is dropping 115 kills in a best of 7 and giving you a 102. That's pretty good. So yeah, Thieves ice up. I want to start with the good before we get to the bad. I'm going to start with you, Ray. Thoughts on LA Thieves' performance this stage as a whole and how it culminated in their event win this weekend?
I mean, dude, Nissim, I got to give Nissim his flowers right away, bro. Like, I think he was, I mean, obviously the stats show that, but I think he was finals MVP, bro. This guy has put out in a performance in a way, he's kind of joined his team in a way where I don't know what was expected of him from the players, but from an outside perspective, it's easy to see that he was going to be an enabler. And when you're put in an enabler position where you're trying to do everything right by your team and like give your teammates the best chance to do what they do on the map, it's kind of hard to kind of show out and flourish. And just kind of showcasing to me his final performance and how well he played, and his numbers just showcase how good of a player he is and what his potential actually is. I felt like until this event, none of us, I mean, I'll use us, I don't know about you, Dale, but none of us were really looking at him in terms of like a battler for the rookie of the year race. I felt like Trakes, Kips, and Lurks were kind of like our top 3, but this just jumps him right ahead, if not at the top, pretty close to the top right away.
Yeah.
Just with the stance of what he put out while playing in that kind of role that to me isn't the role that's going to kind of put out these kind of numbers all the time. One thing to me that is absolutely clear to hell is this guy is a great communicator. If you listen to their comms, bro, this guy is so solid with information, how he's transferring it. It's something that is so rare to find in these young players that come out to the league. I don't know what his background is prior to this. I only started following him this year when him and Kips were on the Huntsman. But bro, this guy is a gem and will be in the same way that we've been talking about Kips being kind of like a staple in the league for a while. Like, I don't see how this guy is in the league for a while now. Just with the stake that he has it, he's capable of putting numbers and doing kind of like the individual stuff, but just the team stuff to me was enough to have him on a team. Like if I'm coaching a team next year, hopefully I am, fingers crossed, and he becomes available, and
we vouch for you, Ray.
Even without this performance at hand, just with what he was showcasing in terms of kind of like the team aspect of the game, like he was an automatic yes for me. But this is gonna put him probably in a state of where this guy's probably not getting up on any team but a top 4, top 5 team now, and the teams that I would assume he's gonna get a pay raise next year, just to put it that way.
He'll probably stay on Thieves. I mean, him and Tyler are contracted next season, so go ahead.
Fair. Yeah. But as a whole, like I do want to kind of put out what Ben was saying in terms of, or what both of you are saying in terms of like the meta and the weaponry that teams are using. Like this definitely has helped this team in the sense of making the players comfortable in what they do. I think Hydra and Abizi are both guys that just are completely more suited for this NPC meta compared to the Dravik meta. And the game, I think it just makes more sense to them in terms of how they approach the game, having that weapon. And then we saw Scrap run an NPC many times, which I don't know if in the past, I feel like I've very rarely seen Scrap. Maybe I'm tweaking here and I haven't watched
You're not tweaking.
that specifically, but I feel like I've very rarely seen Scrap use a sub in the past. So this kind of just showcases where the meta is shifting and where you have to take advantage of those instances.
Before you go, Dill, like we used to punk on Ernie last year too. Like he would be taking sub routes in an AR, and he somehow made it work with his iron. But like it was just funny to watch because normally people are just pulling out sub hitting those. But yeah, no, he's been really good.
He's just the fastest AR player. Like just the way he plays. Like he plays with the AR. He plays like a sub, not like the movement and finesse, but always in the position in the fights with the AR. He's up in your base, fucking spawn trapping you with the iron. I mean, Ernie he's just really good. He's definitely he probably is like the best AR slayer since he got into the COD League. That's why his engagements and damage are always so high. That's how he has the 99 cards every time, because it's based off like that. Engagements, damage, everything. And then when he pulls out a sub, he can do it too. So it's good to see him balance it out, but he's just so good at getting kills. Like he's so good at getting kills. Then when it comes down to like, oh no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish your thought.
Oh no, I was done with that. But I was going to talk about Thieves in general. Can I go? Or
Yeah, go ahead. I have their
National?
records, map records out for
Okay.
this stage. 16-6 in hard point, 11-6 in S&D, 9-5 in overload. They've been a solid respawn team. The S&D took a big step up this stage, but go ahead, Dill.
Yeah. No, but Thieves overall, I mean, Nissim was which is crazy to say on a team with a BZ, Hydra, and Scrap. Nissim was the best player on Sunday. On Friday and Saturday, Nissim just played okay. He was doing his thing, just enough that the role he needs to do for the team. But on Sunday, he was genuinely the best player on the team. If you look through all those matches, he was frying. The first 3 maps of finals, he was frying. And to keep up with Scrap in a finals, Scrap had like 100 more damage than Nissim is like insane. Because usually Scrap's always leading the lobby by like at least 1,000, sometimes 2,000 to 3,000 more damage than anyone else. So the fact that he was keeping up is like insane. And I think we could all admit, like before, we knew Nissim was a good player, and we knew his role on the team was not just to like go in there and be the hard carry. When you join a team with Scrap, Hydra, and Abizi, you're not going to go be the hard carry for the team. It was just to go in there, call out, be the glue guy. But of course, you're going to have your moments when you're going to need to stand out. And this was his moment. This Sunday was the time where he needed to step up. All the God time is going your way. You're in the position to make the big plays, and he answered the call. Every single time they needed him to make a big play on that Sunday, he did. And he was a huge, huge piece of why they won. And I think he was a little bit low in the Rookie of the Year convo, but I think he's instantly up there in the top 2, top 3 now, just based on that Sunday alone. And he honestly could have won MVP if he kept frying in the grand finals. Like he still played well, don't get me wrong, but like he had like map 4 or something, he just played okay. He still had some big plays, but Nissim went crazy. So it was really good to see like him show that he could be that player to step up as a rookie. So shout out to him for getting the chip. But Thieves in general, they just look so good. They have fucking Ernesto just back in his prime, killing everything, leading the team. And bro, it was insane. If you looked at like his stats, he had like over 1.5 minutes in the hill with like over 100 Slayer rating. His damage was just off the charts. And then with the NPC meta, this just helped his team so much. Abizi was actually getting the first blood and like making plays in S&D. Hydra was looking great. Thieves just look really good now. So shout out Thieves.
Well, Dylan just gave us a 5-minute monologue. Any other LA Thieves
is it
thoughts
fair to
before we
say
move
that
on?
Nissim should have been co-MVP? I don't know if I mean, again, I know it's cheesy to say, but like I think
he definitely could have. I think if he fried like the whole finals and like went crazy still, he probably would have won it. But it's like the MVP is such a weird thing. Like, do you pick for the whole weekend or just the finals, just Sunday? Like it's tough to compare because when you look at like the stats for the whole weekend, like
that's fair.
Scrap had the best stats. Abizi was right behind him, and then
I thought it was a Finals MVP thing.
No, they just wing it, bro. I'm telling you, been there. They just wing it, bro.
It's kind of winged. It's not just like based on one thing.
The funniest story I'd heard, Dill, I didn't know this when we had Clay on the couch, and I didn't know that Clay about who was supposed to get AW MVP.
I know, bro. Clay needs to give me that trophy.
It's all because Fwiz didn't read the teleprompter because he just winged it.
Broke. The teleprompter broke. So like, what happened? There was like a graphic made and everything behind the scenes. They had something ready. I was gonna be AW Champs MVP 18. Yeah. Think how good my life would have turned out, man. I would have been on like a yacht. I would have been flying private. I would have probably had like 10 rings and everything.
Jesus.
But now I'm doing the CoDCast with BENJ. Ray is great. I love being here with Ray, but now I'm stuck with BENJ doing the CoDCast. Life would be so different right now. But yeah,
oh my God, I hate this kid
the
so much,
teleprompter
bro.
broke AW Champs, and Fwiz gave Clay the MVP, which Clay is also very deserving. Clay fried as well, and he was frying before that, so it's not a big deal. But it's just funny.
Let's get back on topic. Anything else on Thieves before we kind of talk a bit more about Optic and kind of how they played here?
You gotta shout out the coaches too, Shane and Troy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to. Yeah. When you're on a team that is expected to win as much as Thieves are, like obviously there's like 4 or 5 teams in the league that are in it to like their expectations are first, or if you're in first, you're last kind of mentality. It's very hard to deal with the let's just call it easy. Let's just say, use nice words, the difficulties of the day-to-day when your team isn't accomplishing what they should be accomplishing. So to finally see it turn around and come out, like, I guarantee that felt good for them. They were a little nonchalant about it. I'll use the word nonchalant. I'm sorry for the people who don't like that word, but they were a little nonchalant on stage about it after the win. But I mean, I think these guys are locked now, and they know. I mean, they did the same thing last year. They won Major 3, Major 4. I feel like they understand that the goal is champs, and that's what Troy was talking about on stage, which I find exciting. I would I would love nothing but to see these guys make it to the finals of champs, and have a chance to be for the big one.
Wait, did you see that Hydra stat where it's like 6 of his 8 chips are from the losers bracket?
Oh my god, here we go. That's a perfect segue into it.
That's pretty insane, bro.
But before you get there, I want to make 2 points about Thieves. One is, I talked to Shane quite a bit, and this team, and Ray and Dill, you've been there. Through all the troubles in the first 2 stages, they've had a lot of hard combos this season. And a lot of deep talks about the roles and what the players need to bring. And in particular, I want to shout out one change I've noticed Scrap has kind of made on this team, which is he's really stepped up if you listen to their listen-ins, as far as like the little moments in between the action where, all right, let's slow down a bit, let's be hard kills. Like the little, I don't want to say like IGL because it's not like full speed like IGL, but the little things that need to be said about like trying to organize the troops. He's really stepped into giving those comms, and I got a lot of respect for Ernie because normally he doesn't really do that role, but he did a good job of it this weekend. But you guys' point, let's segue in and kind of talk about Optic, because they did come from winners and didn't win this one. I know we'll start with vetoes. So interestingly enough, Optic went with the Team B strat in this one. Can I
take this real quick?
Yeah, I have all the vetoes on
I just want
screen
to describe the differences for the viewers and for everyone at home. So Team A is the Team A has the advantage in vetoes in the finals, which is really the only advantage you have from making finals through winners right now. The main, like in very, very simple terms, the main advantage you have from making finals from winners is getting to pick the 2 overloads you play and getting to order some of the maps and basically get the last picks on some of the maps later in the map. So you basically have 3.5 of your picks, including the second overload, which is in most teams in the league, teams have auto vetoes per se. I looked at the stats in this matchup. Both teams don't play Expo that much, but Optic had a clear statistical advantage in Expo comparatively to Thieves. Not in recent times. Optic hasn't played that much recently. But I believe going into the finals, I think Optic was 6-2 on Expo, and if I remember correctly, Thieves were 2-5. I can't remember exactly. Maybe Ben, you can go look at the stats and pull that up. But that was like the only kind of advantage really that Optic was going to have in terms of like the actual map itself and getting what would be the closest thing to like a free win. I'm not like it's not even free win is completely overgassing what it is. Yeah. But that is where you have your advantage, and they gave that up. The other side of it is that on Team B you get to pick maps 2, 3, and 5 or 2, 3, and 4 like you do in a regular series. So in terms of like getting your maps early in the series, Team B has kind of like the take there. I'm assuming that was the mentality for them going into it, was that, hey, like we've lost early games in the last finals. Let's keep the momentum on our side and pick the team that's going to give us the most advantage early on, so we can kind of roll into it later in the map set. And they probably also felt like their map pool maybe was stronger than Thieves, so they felt like maybe giving up some of the vetoes in that sense wasn't too big of a deal. For the sake of having the advantage early on. But then everything got lopsided. And again, there's never a guarantee in this. Optic won Thieves' first map pick, and then Thieves won Optic's search pick, and then it kind of went back and forth there for a little bit. It was 2-2. It was 2-2. I believe it was 2-2. Was it 2-2 coming out of the first 4?
Yes.
Sure it was.
Yeah,
Right?
it was 2-2.
And Thieves went up 3-2.
Right.
Oh, no, Optic went up 3-2.
Optic went up 3-2, and then went to the exposure.
That was the dashy snipe flip.
To confirm, Ray.
You
go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. Just as soon as you leave the first 4 maps, that's when Team A technically has an advantage, because they have their second, like map 6 is overload pick from Team A. Basically, it should be their 2 best, which Optic isn't bad at Scar either, but Thieves were, I'm pretty sure they were 9-3 going into it. That was their best overload map. So that's kind of like the state of it. Is like the differences really aren't too big. So it's not, to me, it's not incredibly surprising that a change was made there by Optic, but at the same time, it's all hindsight now. It's super easy to look at, but that second overload pick, if it was Expo, could have changed the outcome. It's after the fact.
Yeah.
Granted, we have we can see the outcome, but that would be like really where the only kind of thing I felt like Optic really lost in that sense.
Well, Optic played Expo like prior to that series. And they're 6-2 on it, and Thieves were 5-6. To your point, but Thieves were 9-3 on Scars. So, but I will say
Scars are
we'll get to some VOD. I also, Matt picks aside, there are systemic issues with Optic in Overload in this series, and maybe in general. But,
and overplayed it.
Yeah. I got some clips. We'll talk about it with Coach Rambo Ray and analyst Dylan Tatch. But I think they tried to be strat. It ended up going 7, and they didn't pop. They didn't really show good enough team play at the end of that 7th map to win it. And unfortunately, again for Optic, and one way to kind of look at their grand final problems this season, I put together a little graphic here. They got great win records on the year. 40-17 on hardpoint, 33-11 S&D, 25-11. It's high 70s, low 70s. You get into a grand final and things start to get a bit more 50-50, smaller sample size. But now through 3 grand finals, 500 in hardpoint, okay, but 2-6 in S&D, 2-3 in overload. In particular with the overload, they're 0-3 in both the last 2 grand finals. Like that's not going to get it done in this format.
Bro, we know what's crazy? Optic has only lost 3 series on LAN. They've never lost the best of 5 series. And that was the first time Thieves and Optic actually played on LAN, because Thieves has just been getting slammed before that. So it's so weird to say, because there was teams that lost 3 matches on LAN at the major this weekend. And Optic has lost 3 matches on LAN.
Total.
But they just don't have a win. They have the highest average placing. They have the highest average placing without a chip. Like, it's just I'd be so tight if I were them.
Bro, I just, to me, everyone who's freaking out about this, like, I understand you want your team to win, and the team that makes it that many finals has been playing so good outside the finals. It's like, I just feel people overgas the crap out of this. Like, I get it. Like, trust me. Like, I mean, I was here last year. I fucking get it. Getting second is not as much fun as getting first, 100%. And winning is ultimately the goal. But like, if this team were to, let's say, win Major 4 and win champs, they're gonna look back at this and laugh about it, bro.
Insane year.
They are the most consistent, best team all around. They are always giving themselves a chance to win. That's all you can really ask for, bro. Like, if a team just, like, to be fair, like, FaZe really played incredible last final. I feel like Thieves played really good this final. Like we talked about, Nissim playing really well. Like, statistically, this final was really close.
Yeah,
like the only
close.
final that was kind of like maybe a little weird was the first final this year, because of how the S&Ds turned out and how they were won. But honestly, like, dude, this team's great. But like, everyone, I've seen some fucking people asking for a team change, or they're gonna make a team change.
That's
fucking, get the fuck out of here,
bro. I think the one change. So like, I agree with you, Ray. The FaZe series, look, I think they tilted after the overload in that one. They got to double exposure. I don't think their heads were in it, and they got bodied slaying wise, and they were out of it. The Gentleman series was a classic Major 1 series where people are still learning the game. It got super weird. The last map got super weird, and Optic just were not the better S&D team on the day. This one, I think candidly for me, and we're going to go through a couple of clips here, I think ultimately one of the margins in this series end up being kind of the downside of Optic's risky play style. We've talked a lot on this show and on the flank, and I know the broadcast fans talked a lot about it. Optic play they play a risky play style. They take a lot of long routes, a lot of pinches, and gamble that in making that play that they're going to win the 3-4 situation on the other side of the map. And then once they get those kills, by taking that long route a lot of times, they're going to create immense space on the map to then move off of those kills and like kind of pummel teams in 3rd or 4th gear and kind of end the map. Unfortunately, in this grand final, there were a number of situations in the S&D and in the overload where those plays end up backfiring them. It led to either direct points for Thieves in the overload or round loss in the S&D. So you guys ready to take a look at some clips, and then we'll kind of go through it.
Hypothetically, how much of that is Thieves scouting?
Nah,
it's a good question.
I would say the raid S&D was a complete Optic scam. It wasn't really Thieves scouting as much. Maybe the other maps more so, but it was like the things that you don't scout that you can scout. It was like the late round S&D. The late round S&Ds where Optic was doing a little too much. They were going way too rogue where they don't have to. They weren't making Thieves work for it, and then that's what happens. You just lose. Because like they should have won that raid, S&D 100%, or been up 5-3 or 5-2, whatever it would have been. They should have had a big lead, but they choked 2 rounds, and then that's what happens when you choke 2 rounds. You go down 3-5, and Thieves close it out.
To me, the Den Overload was the most flagrant one that, to me, looked like Thieves had an idea of what was going to happen, because Ant's been taking these routes for a while now, and no team has really been able to take advantage of it like Thieves did there. But like, there's so many instances, I'm sure Ben has clips, but there's so many instances where Ant was taking his like away from the play route off his spawn, and his team's typically pretty good at playing solid and holding their side of the map while he takes his pinch to make it viable. But it's almost like Thieves knew that like they killed Ant, they knew Ant was going to take a route spawn, they were just banging their lane, not even doing it. They were just 4-banning, outnumbering Thieves or Optic, and I'm pretty sure they got 2 or 3 caps that way. Like it's the first time this year that Ant's route there to me really got punished through a map.
No, we saw it happen in the middle of this stage, and at one point in Major 2 and an officer. I think they played it was Falcons or somebody. They got waxed in the Scar Overload because Ant was just scamming fucking pitch.
Yeah, but it happened like.
But this happened in a big series. Yeah.
I think they got 3 caps this map.
We're gonna go through them. I got clips.
3.
I got clips. Don't worry, I'm on your side, Ray.
No. I'm just saying, I'm sure it's happened here and there before, but like it was literally like consistent.
There's this and on the Scar.
It was
so
just like we haven't seen that yet.
So let's talk about how Thieves built a little bit of a lead on this first side. So 1-1, it was a pretty mixy first side. Bit of a reset situation from here. Like Thieves wrap the ball. Optic's going to apply some pressure and try and kind of trap Thieves in and maybe get a counter cap here. They do see Merc. Brand's going to end up actually getting and winning a gunfight here in P2. And this isn't a case where I think Ant's pinch kind of cost him, although he did wrap middle here. I actually, this play was kind of on Kyler. Kyler ends up being the one trying to backstab these guys. And well, I think that theoretically, if you have numbers to reinforce in Dojo in the middle, this could be a good play. The problem, as you see, is Brandon is so far out of the play because he's P2. And I think Thieves here read the situation. And once they see Ant and he's dead, they just fucking go.
I mean, that's not even Ant's fault. Kyler needs to go mid-cut to get to his teammate with the ball. That's 100% on Kyler right there.
Yep.
He needs to hit mid-cut to like, Merc is just there by himself, or either Hook needs to, or not Hook, fucking Shots needs to wrap Dojo to help, or just Kyler goes mid-cut because Brandon's already in P2. You don't need another guy flanking him that quick, or this could just happen. You just never want to leave the ball guy by himself. Like, it's so risky.
You agree, right?
It's in the moment of the play, I feel like Optic probably misread the situation a little bit. Kyler's play was probably thinking that they were gonna hold back. Can you go back before, like when Merc died at the start of it? Because he's just aggressive. Yeah, I mean, that's a weird one. Like typically what Optic's been doing this year, and this isn't necessarily the best situation to kind of look at in terms of what I'm about to talk about, but they've been really good at making plays happen on one side of the map, and then whoever's on the other side has been really good at holding their side of the map to where like let's say Merc gets one there and plays a little more, like he doesn't die right away, then Optic has the time to make the plays. They're making plays there, and they've been doing that consistently. Like you look at every match they play, bro, it's one of the reasons why they're so annoying to play against. And I think this shows like they'll live and die by it. This is basically what I'm getting at. I feel like Thieves is the first team so far that's exposed this in a big way in a single map multiple times since Optic has been playing this way. And I don't think this is necessarily a product of Optic doing anything different they were doing in the past. Like I feel like they've been playing this way for a minute now, and it's worked a lot. But I think, again, I'm not sure this is, again, we don't know this for sure, but if I'm scouting against Optic and I'm playing Optic in the final and I recognize that they do this consistently, that I'm telling my team, bro, if we have an opening on one side of the map, bro, just bang it out as fast as you can because there's probably a guy behind you. You can literally make him worthless.
Yeah.
So it's just, who knows? Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just realized the situation itself. But I'm serious, bro. I think there's 2 instances where Ant played, at least one where Ant played through P2 from the side that Thieves are on now, wrapping around the map towards P4. And it's just, yeah.
Because this leads to another cap. So now, right, they've now given up the cap here. It's 2-1. Ball's going to spawn middle. Ant decides, okay, I spawned, kind of in computers. Let me take this long route here. Unfortunately, as you're going to see how this kind of plays out, Thieves are going to get a lot of kills. And Ant actually makes a good play, but then decides to take a deeper route, and 3 of his teammates die. And at this point, with A control, He is just, because he didn't cut through couches to try and get in this play, he is now way, way, way out of the situation and unable to help his team.
I mean, this again, just exactly the point I brought, but go back to the start of the play, like a little bit before.
Right
so
here.
the play's kind of broken here because of the fact that someone on Thieves is by the line. So 8 and 5 are trying to clear out their base. 3 is left alone in the back. It looks like Optic was trying to like run forward and just make 3 useless and avoid the spawn, but then he gets beginning 2. Which is a BZ. So again, these plays like okay, we can agree that maybe Ant took a little longer route than he probably should have, just given the state that some of
should have just cut into mid,
but like shoulda, coulda, woulda. But again, more so bringing up that Optic has been really, really good at getting the kills on the back end of this to make the player that is making this play, in this case Ant, worthwhile and a good play. If your teammates die behind you while you do this, it looks the way it looks now, where it just like, okay, what the hell is this guy doing? But I'm telling you, bro, like you need to go watch every single map they've played this year. This is what they do, bro. They're typically really good at understanding the pressure behind them, taking their time getting their kills behind them. They just weren't getting the kills. In these 2 situations you lost, we watched that they lost. They just weren't getting the kills on the guys that are holding the kind of the front push, while the guys that are pinching can make a play out of it.
Andrew needs to cut back a little bit quicker, especially because there's someone in your base. Like when there's someone in your base spawn trapping and killing your teammates, that's when you have to like speed it up a little bit and like get more into the play. Like if there wasn't someone actually spawn trapping them, it wouldn't have been as bad. These would have been slower. But when they have a BZ there, a BZ gets 1 kill, his teammates are just thinking, all right, bet ball's free. They grab the ball, they just run it forward. So like, and that's he has to just hit the lobby there.
The whole complexity of that play though is different. If it's like Merc again, if Merc had won his fight mid on the ball pickup, then the 2 guys that were couches are now playing slower and has a chance to pinch them. Merc is mid map. Abizi's in your spawn, not doing too much. Like these guys have been really good at kind of playing their little island stuff where they're separated, but they're all kind of doing things that are conducive to each other. But again, if you lose the fights and you don't get the kills in those instances, it ends up looking the way it did there.
Yeah,
and it's
I think Brandon was kind of cooked. Merc kind of died pretty quick. I think maybe the savior of the situation could have been Kyler if he can kind of play it, and it's tough because I think he's trying to get his trade on Merc and he's not really sure yet. These guys coming off a spawn. If maybe he had played this slower mid cut, denies ball to your point, and can backstab.
Yeah, but the thing is though,
they still got to. But to be fair, they still got to kill Tyler at some point in this whole situation. When Merc and Brandon come off spawn, they got to kind of clear their base. But go ahead.
But this is something that you don't see because it didn't happen. But if Shotzi would have actually hit from P2 into the lobby, maybe he gets 1 kill, then gets traded and dies. But then Hook has info on the second guy lobby. Or if Shotzi just gets someone hurt, he calls out, yo, there's 2 in the lobby. Hook has info on that. But instead, since he goes around, he doesn't see shit. So Hook's kind of just like looking for a guy there spawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't really know like what to do. He has like a lack of info in that situation just because Shotzi didn't get the info while going into the lobby. So that's like another thing that also just fucked him.
We didn't hear the comms there, but Optic's pretty good, especially Ant. And this is something that I really love when I coached him, was that when he makes those kinds of plays, he's really good at communicating that something could be there. Like I'd be surprised if in the sense that he made that play where he was pinching around P2, he'd be like, yo, they could be couches going mid. Like while he's making that play, because he's not actively going to clear a lane. So he's kind of setting up his team behind him to know what's potentially happening.
Yeah.
There's again, the way Optic plays, bro, is so like, the best way I can kind of use the words to describe it is like high level individual that kind of is teamwork in a sense, because of all the actions they make on their side of where they're going make sense with each other. But again, it's in situations where if you're going to get outnumbered on a lane and the other team kills you clean, it can be exposed. And I feel like Thieves, again, I don't know if it's exactly a scouting tactic they did there to how they approached the map comparatively to how Optic plays, but I mean, yeah, it was pretty one-sided in terms of how it played out.
Well, I got another example here, and this is where the game got away from Optic, of a situation where Ant took a full right here through rooftops and was out of the play as his teammates died. So close game at this point. Optics brought it back. 3 minutes left, plenty of time here to try and get a cap to a dojo or somewhere else. Nissim and Hydra have created a little bit of space here that Optic are trying to address. Ant is going to then try and, because they've gotten the kills, try and push out and try and get control of P3. But Thieves actually do a good job of not trying to head smash here, playing off their teammates spawn roof and kind of go for the wrap. I think the problem here is at this point, Optic is moving forward, Ant's moving forward, but he's on the offlane way out of the play. This could be really good If his teammates are able to stop the push, he can backstab and then create space to be for a potential counter. Unfortunately, his team does not necessarily get back in a way like cohesive fashion here because he gets stuck a little bit in couches. Thieves are able to push, and you see how far Ant is out of the play here, and then it becomes a bit of a 3-on-2 situation. And unfortunately for Optic, they get kind of spawn trapped near here out of the situation. Ant is now in the Thieves' spawn, but they're also in Optic spawn. And yeah, this is where it kind of got out of hand.
I mean, I just like the way Thieves played. I think Matt actually said in the chat too. He said great game from Thieves because like they were just getting kills and running it down because they assumed someone was going to be behind them, which people in Overload do try to make this play. So like,
Optic always makes this play though. That's
they do. This has been their thing and it's been working. So you can't blame them for still trying to do it just because like that's what's been working for them this whole year. But Thieves just adapted and they found the way to, I guess, counter it by just getting the kills and then going. And obviously all the kills were going their way because they were together. So when you're together doing anything in COD, even if it's the wrong play, if you do shit together, it can still work. But they're doing the right play and getting the kills. That's why the score got so out of hand.
One thing I will say, and this is it happens towards the later mid end of the season, which I feel like we are now, is there's kind of been a trend set to how people approach the game, and Overload's kind of like expanded through the years since it's the first year we've been playing it. I feel like we're now at the point where, at least for the older maps, maybe not the new maps yet, we found there's a place in the meta where it's stabilized, and now it's about countering what is that stability. And kind of the mind games that you go between matchups and certain teams. And it's where it's going to start. You're going to start seeing teams expose other teams if they don't adapt or don't change the way they've been going about certain things. And it's the same every year. This is not just a this year thing. This, like, for example, I'm just going to use an example from my team last year. We went into champs expecting to play LA Thieves, and 3 weeks prior to champs, the practice we had, we were fully expecting to play red card hardpoint because they were undefeated at it or had lost it once all season. And we were okay at it, but hadn't won very much. But we literally spent 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks preparing for that map specifically against them. That was part of our kind of, not necessarily daily talks, but that was part of our approach on how we want to play that map, just based on how they were playing it, because we were expecting, not saying again this is different in this instance specifically, because obviously Thieves had to beat every team in the tournament. You don't go into champs, you go into champs only expecting to play a few teams early on, so you kind of prep for that. But this is the point of year where I feel like that kind of mindset and preparation goes into these matches, and you'll see teams that were really, really good at a mode not necessarily get exposed, but start seeing how it is counterable because teams spend their time preparing against it.
Yeah. That's how things just naturally shift in Call of Duty. Like a one-way worked for so long. If you're the best team at something, the people are going to watch you do that. They're going to find a way to try to counter that. And then it finally got proved that that did work. Now we're going to see Optic have to readjust to what Thieves did, and it worked for them. So what's Optic going to do? Is Shot's going to still take those routes? He'll probably just have to time it better when he actually does it, when they have kills, when they have more map control, instead of always doing it, even when his team is down numbers on one side of the map.
Which is a
great,
find,
like the correct balance of it.
Great lead into this clip, then Dill, and we can kind of pick it up once I explain this clip here.
Can I just say something real quick with what Dill said? Just the basis of it though is like at the same time, the way they played, if and kills are very important how they approach the game. But if Merc, like let's say Merc had gotten a kill on the first clip we watched, Merc gets the kill on the second clip. Like there's so many instances and nuances to that where if they had won the first gunfight, the plays they made really don't even look that bad and probably end up working out more so than anything else. I think just with the way they play, there's so many like instances that are like clutch kills per se with the way they approach the game, and they just weren't getting him there. So it just ended up looking the way they looked.
Let's give, we got 2 more clips. There's another Overload clip. So at this point, we're in map 6 here. Big map is Optic had just won the Scar S&D on the back of it, and massive, insane. We're not going to watch a clip of it, but I recommend you go check it out. Brandon Dashy had literally the best snipe I've ever seen in my entire life in a 1v2. Nuts quick scope. But what Dylan's talking about, this is a situation where, and it was ended up being a very close finish. It kind of gave Thieves a pretty free cap here because Ant takes a big route off of a death here and leaves his team in kind of a bad number situation. So, okay, kind of a standard situation. You're trying to play A defense on Scar on this side, and you're trying to push out once you get the numbers and try and not let these guys just hold playing the whole time. Doesn't work out because Nissim gets a couple, and then, okay, like Scrap sneaks through and he gets a cap or whatever. Ant gets that P2, that kind of spawn where, okay, I can push out P2, and even though the ball's going to spawn planes, I can kind of cut middle on behalf of my team and then get back in the mix. The problem here is that no one on Optic, because of the stuns and the nades, is really contesting these guys playing. Thieves are basically getting all of it. And Ant decides to take the deepest route possible here. Like, he doesn't even shortcut, he doesn't go mid-cut, he doesn't go window. He actually goes all the way around to the spawn. And by the way, even if he had shortcut, I think if he went mid-cut, Paco probably still kills him anyway. But he could have gotten top.
I mean, that's probably why he's taking a deep route.
Yeah, he's taking the deep route. The problem is that, again, to your point, Ray, because he trusts Merc to get a two-piece, Brandon to get a two-piece, Merc's in top window, Brandon's low here, he's not in a position to help play the number situation here, and Thieves have all the map control, and by the time that he is in the play, they are already out around the corner and have a full opportunity to cap this one.
Now, this one was a super route, though. Like, this was a super longy. Like, he was going around the world. He could have even just hopped up, like, the front of green to make it a little bit quicker. But honestly, it kind of just starts from the first initial one. Because what was it, a 3v2 for Thieves right here? When they got this, like, this kind of looked like an unacceptable cap out of them.
I mean, both caps they got were off the end of someone is pinching, but they're also playing aggressive on the front of it. So, like, you get kills, you have a numbers advantage, but you're actually not using your numbers if someone's
you got to do one or the other. You can't can't have your cake.
Like, I'm not saying you can't move up, inch up a little bit if you're on the back end of it, but you have to, like, you can't get caught sprinting or dying for free in those instances. Like, you got to, like, your guy pinching, make a play, and if he's going to try and make a play, then he has to be involved in a play before you start making a play. And in both instances, the pincher was not involved in the play.
Nah, but this flank's crazy though. This one is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. This is probably the worst flank for sure. Because he was just in Narnia forever.
You can look at these things in 20 different ways, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's I'm not advocating, I'm not defending anything here. I'm just more so saying this play works out if like, let's say it was a Dashy. Yeah, if Dashy and whoever's next to Dashy in the situation just hold and they get a kill or two, then Ant looks great because he's going to get a two-piece behind him and they get the ball up and they probably get a cap from it because Ant's already blocking the spawn. They're spawning P2. Like, it's just so easy to look at these things. And again, it looks insane, but they don't get the kills that matter that makes it look insane. And they've approached the game this way. Again, this is why I feel like, again, I'm not saying should be props to Thieves, not really like bad on Optic for playing this way. They have been extremely successful in almost every overload they've played this year playing this way. So I think it's wrong for us to dictate necessarily like approaching this in a sense of this is shit, like this is terrible. Like, sure, maybe these instances could have been timed a little better. There's certain things that didn't end up happening. Maybe the communication wasn't at a level that it's been in the past when they do these things, which ended up not working out. But it's also, to me, a props to Thieves on taking advantage of these instances and making it work. Then understanding that this is probably something these guys are doing because they've been doing it nonstop since the start of the year in this mode.
I mean, you just got to, at the end of the day, if you know the ball is going to spawn playing here and you're taking that long route, like, it is the mega gamble, especially if Merc is following you up on that B spawn and he's late to this play and you've not seen two guys. They could be fucking middle, they could be ticket, they can be push up on tank, they can be playing the close wall. You have unknown guys here. You don't have control of your base. It's a big ask for your other three teammates to stay alive here before you can get back in the play. Unfortunately, Brandon, who had just let fucking Ernie run by, is in the absolute mix. Kyler tries to fucking chow, dies. Merc is fucking top window, trying to hold off three guys, and they know how to shimmy this now and pre-fire it.
Because it kind of goes into everything. Like, yes, Ant's doing his world tour route, like the chat said, but like the other two kind of just took a chow and died. So it goes both ways. If Brandon just sits back by the tank, shoots a couple bullets, throws a nade, Hook doesn't just run and chow them, it could have worked a little bit better. But like they're just like off. You could just tell. Like, I'd actually want to hear the comms situation because I feel like this is one of the times where like Optic's comms and their game plan is so good. It's usually really fucking good. Like, they're gonna let a play develop and sit there and wait, but they like the first two guys rushed it, which makes Shazi plays look worse. But at other times, like, it's so hard to take yourself out of that play for that long and to rely on your teammates. Granted, his teammates could have played it better, but like, if one thing goes wrong here, you're going to get a cap. And you're in a vulnerable spot too. Like, Thieves is in a good spot to get caps right here. It's not hard to clear out this side of the map. Like, you could just throw a stun grenade by the tank. They can slide across, get to the outer boat. Like, this is a good area for Thieves to be in and a not good spot for Optic. So like, if you're not going to be on point, it's going to be really risky to like make plays like this where everything's just kind of rushed. Like, they're kind of just rushing it.
I think that what you said about the comms, though, I would love to hear the comms on every single one of those plays to see how they like what was being talked about in the sense, because these guys are extremely situationally aware. They're probably one of the most. I mean, they're one of the most smart. They're just probably. I mean, it would be hard to say that they're not the smartest team in the game right now overall. Just with how this year has gone and how they've approached the game, and they just seem ahead strategically up until I get to the finals, I guess. But just generally speaking, I feel like the comms would be a really big tell onto how these plays ended up working out or not. Just to see kind of like overall how it played out.
Great segue to our last clip. We're not going to watch the last round in which scrap 1v2, which was just bad communication and team play in a bit and switch.
Are we gonna show any raid clips or no?
If you got a specific raid clip we can pull up.
There's just two. It's the 2 rounds that they should have won, and I just want to show that to the stream because like those were the actual biggest. And there was one play with the shots you play and the money that we have to talk about too, because that people talk about like that was the biggest mistake. But there was other plays too, so we should just bring up those 2 rounds.
We'll get to that. I want to just finish race plot about communication because I think that was a big reason why they ended up 4-2. I mean, we talk about all the time about round 7. There's a big difference between 5-2 and 4-3, and I think even though Optic get the blood here, they end up tossing numbers, and this is kind of wraps. So Brandon peels fucking Tyler Abizi. By the way, Brandon opened this map by getting almost a 3-person collateral. He got a 2-person collateral, but this round unacceptably breaks down from Optic. You got everything you want here. We're literally watching every lane, right? We got dojo control. We got P3 control. We got a guy middle. We got a guy A. Like, we've got everything we want in this situation. Thieves are then trying to work somewhere on the map. They got plenty of time to figure it out. They kind of prep and they're like, okay, well, we're not going to wrap this. We know Merc's middle. Let's take some middle control and try and like collapse on B here. Instead, what happens, how this breaks down from Optic, is Merc gets kind of caught here and doesn't really kind of stall enough to like let Ant get back into play. He hasn't seen anything, so Ant knows he kind of come in and help Merc here. Merc kind of wide trials and throws his life away, and Ernie's just able to get out before Shotzi kills him. Shotzi does end up getting the kill, but okay. So you kind of
the actual bad play breaks down.
We're getting there. We're getting to that. So inexplicably, and I'm not really sure why, but as this all goes down and Ant just gets away, Brandon gives up B. So I'm not really sure what they saw, considering that there was hella action middle. They think that maybe that's going to end up in an A hit. But Brandon gives up B. They go double A. And then Kyler's play is not the play safe in dojo. He goes to like peak middle for some reason and gets horrific timing. They see him run into a corner. The Thieves are like, okay. Kyler kind of gets a shot off. But at this point, you've trolled a 4v3, a 3v2 now into a 2v2 with us on the opposite side of the map. Thieves end up making a great play by wrapping all the way through, then double back. They actually sit here and then they double back. And Optic have no idea what the F's going on. And gets caught sprinting. And at that point, Thieves just kind of work the 1v2, get the bomb down. And Brennan almost kind of peels him. And then just kind of plays out like a standard 1v2.
That just comes down to Hook, bro. To be honest, like if you just go back to when Hook hit mid cut right there, like Brandon left to go help Shotzi, which it's fine. He could go get with his teammate. They can run around. Hook should just play that front side of the dojo and literally just shimmy. Like, bro, this is, you guys have been here before, right? You've played in a championship. Everyone else has watched championship COD for a long time. If you give a team that's this good in the finals an opportunity like this, you literally like, can't scam your numbers without a trade. Like Hook just has to go into dojo, get information, and be able to get out. The fact that he gets seen and caught is the round. And then they go down 5-2. Like, but to be fair, Hook was having a bad lives at B on this map. Like when I was watching Hook this map, I was like, no, Kyler, because he was literally my MVP for the weekend, and then he was just trolling this. I was like, no. And then this one was like the final nail in the coffin. Right when he died, he got seen there and died. I was just like, dude, they're cooked. Like, but like these are just the moments where you have to play scam-free COD. You have to be able to get info and get away. And if you're with a teammate, get a trade. But he's not with a teammate, so get info and get away. It was just so tough that they lost like this.
I can't comment on the play. I've been getting obliterated by ads. I'm making BENJ money right now.
Oh shit.
That's fine. I can give you a Discord stream, but yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with Dill. I mean, it's just
if Shotzi stayed middle though, Hook going mid cut to help him is fine. But since Shotzi's out of there, fuck middle. Like you just get info at B. That's your only job now.
There are so many ways
to help, but Shotzi got out. Like
you could play in dojo.
Miscommunication.
There's so many plays that you can make in dojo, corners, angles, shimmies, where you can get info because we're in a 3v2, not give your life away. Be able to finesse if they do end up challenging you, can try and get one, but more importantly, get the info so that we can play our numbers and force a trade and bring this round back. And instead, like, I'm not. It just felt like to me, just collectively, like I would love to know the communication here because I just don't know what. I don't know what the thought process was here after we saw everybody in middle. Like, why wrap A2 and then it just the whole thing just looks so awkward, and they end up just scamming the fuck out of this round.
It is. I just don't mind like the Optic wrapping A together. But if they're gonna do that, what does that mean? They have to do another side of the map because they're getting aggressive on A. Like they're gonna clear out A, get the info run together. That means you have to play soft on the other side of the map. Allow Kyler to just be on dojo, shimmy. Okay, there's 2 here. He gets out. Then they have them trapped with all the information. But they didn't allow that to happen because Hook ran to mid cut and died. So then it became a random 2v2. Anything could happen in a 2v2 at this point. But it just comes down to that losing your numbers. They just lost numbers and then came down to a straight up 2v2 and Thieves played well.
We talked about this on previous shows, but
go ahead.
I mean, this is where I'm a huge advocate for just holding hands when you have numbers. I think it's just like, I think Dill, you mentioned it a little earlier, but it's just the idea of risking, and especially like you said, like playing aggressive when you're solo. In a sense, when we're saying playing aggressive is just not playing in a position where you can get out of whatever you see ends up happening in front of you.
Yeah.
Which is where Kyler was there. So it's just. It's tough, man. Like teams, like you said, teams are good at taking advantage of those situations. And if the timings aren't in your favor like they were there, then you just end getting exposed and then you lose a round that you should win. Yeah. I've always been a fan of just, again, map control to me when you have numbers in search, specifically in search, is almost meaningless. As long as you play your numbers and you trade out your kills, and theoretically you'll win more rounds than lose them. So we've seen it happen time and time again, not even just in the finals with that map. We've seen it happen before that. I think there's a few instances in some of the early matches on Sunday where we saw some situations play out that way, which is just you hate to see it as a fan and as a person watching when teams lose rounds that way.
What round do you want to pull up in the raid, Dill? We'll pull up one more clip. Which one do you want to pull up?
It was when Shotzi got into, there was one round where they got a blood and then wrapped A and planted. I can't remember what round that was. It was probably like the 4th round. Look, I think it's the 4th round. I'm pretty sure they were like 3-0 or 3-1.
I'm looking at it now.
Blood and then 3 of them wrapped A and Merc was in the Tiki hut.
I think it's this round. Is it this round?
Was it this one? Bump it through a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is this one.
Oh yeah, it was this round here. Yeah, this round.
Okay, so they catch Ernie slipping in like the death. This is the no man's land corner. No, bro. Like you just get stuck here. GG's.
This was such like a good play. The way they played this, like they got the first blood. They have all the info. Merc's already pushed up B. He get the meanest late flank ever after they already get the bomb down. But Merc, he just got a little too excited. He runs out of Tiki. Like he just needs to chill. Literally, Merc could just hold this angle the whole time and just wait for the guy to back up. Or he's the info. If the guy doesn't back up, that means he pinched the round. But he could just chill here. Like Merc could literally drop his controller right here. He does not need to make a play. His teammates already got what, Ben?
I have one criticism of this play. If you're Optic and we've just wrapped our side, why are we? If you're Ant, why are we not just playing this and playing art? We have all of our, we've had middle. We do all.
They wanted to plant for Laundry. That's why he
pushed it up. But like, why though? What's the point of that in a 4v3?
Well, no, pushing up Laundry is good, but the reason it didn't work is because he's doing it solo. Either Shotzi, if he's gonna push up and have Dashy help him from ring, he needs to play the front window hop and play the outer. But then they can't plant for fucking.
Why don't you plant for middle? They like the why would you make? I'm just trying to understand why this is the high percentage play. Like you literally, they just cleared middle. They just killed.
Do we know what kind of info they have?
They I don't know if they were scared to pull steps, but Merc is right there, so they shouldn't be scared to pull steps.
I don't know if they have info. I don't know what the kind of info they have here because Merc plays really aggressive individually on his side of the map, and it's playing aggressive through mid. Then we're slow playing ring. Like there has to be some. They might have seen some guys cross at B for them to be playing it this way.
I feel like you should still play. I feel like if we got Merc and Tiki though, we should play in middle here. Like after we just killed the guy in middle, like we.
Yeah, you're probably
strategically that's the best play.
Probably right.
I'm willing to bet that they're playing off some kind of info here.
Like, yeah,
you're probably right, but they could still play how they played it if Shotzi and Dashy just work together to cut Laundry, because Laundry's a hard clear. There's so many corners, and when you do get the bomb planted for Laundry, it's almost an unlosable round, especially when you have numbers, because you could check bomb at any time. It's so easy just to run up to the window, get the kill. You have so many angles to kill them off bomb from. So I think Dashy and Shotzi should just work together while he was planning, and Merc could have just chilled in the Tiki. But Merc tries to make a play a little too quick, gets picked. Ant solo trying to break laundry, get info there, dies, and now it's a 3v2. When it was just a 4v3, they had full map control with get bomb going down. So like they just need to work together better. It was all 1v1s on the map.
That's kind of like, to me, like the only thing we should really kind of discuss here in terms of like dissect in terms of what happened out is we don't know exactly the decision they're trying to make based on the information they have. We don't know the information they had, but Ant going back laundry alone, while he could have maybe had help if he's taken a second or two longer, to me is the one thing that kind of signifies out as like probably not the best play to make. Like everything else they did here is probably based on information they had beforehand to make them think that they had. Maybe even then, at that point, you could argue that, let's say, I don't know, again, it's hypothetical, but let's say the call was made that 2 or 3 were B, and maybe he's taking back laundry thinking that no one's there. Who knows? It's hard for us to tell on the outside without having ears on the comms and how everything played out during the round.
You know, they knew this guy was basketball. He shot. I don't know if they knew where Paco was.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they've seen number 2 yet.
They have 2 unknown. You gotta assume someone's playing fucking laundry. There's no chance they just.
Dude,
I mean, there is a chance they could have 3-beat, but
never know.
Yeah. But I just.
But it's not even bad to send.
I think Ray's point is the right point.
Even if they didn't want to send, I was gonna say, even if they didn't want to send Dashy because he was a little bit further away to laundry, I still think it's worth it to take the extra. What is it, like 8 seconds? To have Hook and Shotzi clear laundry together, because I guarantee if they both go together, maybe a BZ kills Shotzi, but Hook kills him. Boom, it's still in a 2v3, and then they have laundry control because Dashy would have the timing to get up to laundry and get the bomb down. But laundry, I feel like you just have to clear it together if you do want to plan for it. It's so risky to go solo.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
Yep. So those are a lot of grand finals clips. I think kind of our takeaway is just the real. If you want to blame something on Optic for how they held this L, just. The gamble play style, the risky solo plays, the long pinches, bit them in the ass. Thieves were prepared. Ended up being the small differences in a couple of these maps and why. Although Optic battled and it went to 7, Brandon made a lot of fantastic plays along that way.
Speaking of, can we see the 2v1? I want to see it again.
Oh, absolutely. We can pull the 2v1.
That was so fire.
Absolutely, we can pull the 2v1. Give me a second.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I jumped out of my chair when this shit happened.
Oh, bro, that was insane, bro.
I was backstage around no one, and I just jumped out of my chair. Like, it was that crazy.
To call game on the map too in a 2v1 like that, when instead of going around 11, that's got to be one of like the high stakes best plays.
Yeah, I mean,
in a long time. This is not.
This we go to round 11. Or sorry, that's overload. I'm choking.
5-4, you know, close rounds.
Yeah. Right, it's right here.
Can we see the clip also with the fan reaction?
We'll get to that. So 44 is the beginning of the round here. Normal scar fucking bullshit. We're trying to get a situation to play A, whatever. We whip snipes his fucking bang out of A. Good play from Ant. Ant wrapped around in the green. He's able to get 1. So 2v2. That these guys are kind of stuck middle, but they kind of make the right player try to kind of take space on the map. They end up clearing out Ant actually because Ant actually chows out of.
He's thinking of someone's. He's thinking they're probably wrapping back green. He thinks he's getting out the front for free.
100% is. Mid. Well, I mean, Brandon, we know how good he is with the pistol, even though it's kind of a free one, but you still got to be able to hit your shots. And then one of the best quickscopes I've fucking ever seen.
Bro, he just knew, dude.
We gotta put this into fucking slow-mo fucking situation here, like,
dude. And if this was to win the event, this would have been like the best ending to an event. Because like we've had some crazy endings, but if this was the last kill of the tournament, it would have been a movie.
Liam said I was in a black screen. I heard a sniper shot and we lost.
Dude, yeah. You come out of the black screen like defeat. It was just a 1v2.
Actually, real quick, Niam, what was the feel of the team after that happened? Because the crowd went crazy. How for you specifically, since we have you here in chat, how did that feel in that moment? Like, how was the crowd? Did that affect you guys? Do you feel like do you feel like the momentum shifts a little bit? Yeah, we were like, man, I got that. That's funny. That's good stuff.
There's a crowd pop here, chat, where you're watching on audio. If you go to the flank TikTok, you'll see our reaction. Our reaction was crazy too, but unfortunately for Brandon, like this didn't end up being that.
I mean, that was just a sick
fucking play. Sick play.
I'm actually like, the only thing I'm mad about here is Brandon didn't get up and like just roar, bro. Like that would have made.
He was too locked, bro. He was too locked, bro.
He's so locked, right? He's ice cold in the clutch.
If I was Brandon, I get up.
He's had big clutches like that before.
Dude, the aura moment though, like just stand, like you don't even have to go crazy. Just stand up and look at the crowd, look at the other team or some shit.
Yeah.
He could have aura. He could have aura
so
farm for
fucking
sure.
good edits.
He could have
It would've
aura
made for some
farm for
good edits,
sure.
for
But,
sure.
So badass.
but yeah, Niam. I mean, there's not really much you can do. But you guys were able to clutch up. Niam obviously made some big plays, and Thieves were your winners of the event. Optic getting another second. I'm sure they'll probably find a way to get one. We got to talk about a bunch of other teams in this one. I've kind of grouped this conversation by kind of like buckets of placement. So we're gonna try and get through as many teams as possible, but I don't want this show to go on too long, so we may not get to everything on this one. I'm gonna start with the teams that got third, fourth, which were FaZe and actually is wrong. I made some qualifiers. It was FaZe and Thieves were the teams that got third and fourth at this one. Which one do you guys rather talk about? Toronto first or
Wait, you
FaZe?
said FaZe and
No,
Thieves?
sorry, Toronto and FaZe. Apologies.
Okay.
Which one do you guys want to talk about first, Toronto or FaZe?
You go with let's go with FaZe first since they won the last major.
Yeah, FaZe kind of BS their way to a top four. Like they just played. I don't know how you guys feel. They kind of just played whatever, like Call of Duty this week. Like you look at the series or the map record by mode. Like 6-6 in hardpoint. The S&D was not on point. 1-3 on Den was a real killer, and the 5-2 in overload was keeping them in this series when they were 1-1 splits. Felt like at times watching them play like the slaying. It was like a little bit inconsistent map to map. Simp had a great series, but you see the rest of them were like pretty close to a 1. So they didn't play actively terrible. I think they just weren't consistent. I think another way to look at this is you look at the entire split for FaZe, and this kind of isn't a key point. I've kind of split the hardpoint rotations by first, second, third rotation, and they were really good to start a lot of hardpoint maps this year, and in specific this stage. But even online, they were and land top 3 on the first rotation, and then 11th on the second rotation. Like they're getting into a lot of these situations with inconsistent slaying. That once they get off that momentum of winning rotations and they're forced to break hills, they're not finding the picks, the teamwork required to kind of open things up and get back in it. So I'll start with you, Ray. Like, what were your kind of thoughts on FaZe this week?
It's not like it was drastically different than their performances in the past. I think maybe the meta changes a little bit. We talked about it earlier. It could have affected them. Maybe they didn't take advantage in the sense that, in the same way that these other teams were taking advantage of the NPC itself. But at the same time, bro, like they lost some. I mean, if you look at the Thieves match specifically, Thieves ended up winning the tournament. They lost by 5 on the first hard point. They lost 6-4 in the search. They won the control by 1, and then they kind of got blown away on Den a little bit. But again, these are all like back and forth, close maps, and a close match against the eventual champions of the tournament. We're at the point in the year where everything from a strategic meta standpoint is close within every team. Like the only things that were different recently were the meta changes and the new maps. That would be the only thing you can kind of point at as difference makers between some of the top teams. So it's just day by day, bro. Like if they could easily have, let's say they win that gridlock and then they go on the fringe, and when they fringed and they beat Thieves, they could be the ones that won that tournament on that day. It's just so, these matches are so closely contested, and these teams are, again, from where they are in terms of strategic mentalities, are so close within each other that it's really who shows up on the day, and Thieves just showed up that day.
What are you, and I don't want to go to Dill, like, what are your thoughts? I think Abusa, I would say the weakest player for FaZe this weekend was Abusa. And I think, to be fair, a lot of full-time ARs struggled at this event with the meta.
There's only 2 ARs that didn't get affected by the meta change, really. There's only 2. The only 2 ARs that didn't get affected by the meta change are Scrap and Dashy. Like they were frying before, they're still frying after. Like Abusa was like, if you go down to his stats, like the other, like if you scroll down, like you'll see his numbers in the other terms. Like he was like right up there with Simp in some of these other tournaments on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, even draws. Yeah, both ARs are really good. Like, but this weekend,
they were frying on LAN in those big moments in the big matches. This weekend, I mean, they just didn't play that good. Just versus the top teams.
We have stats?
And I think it's like the meta kind of did hurt them, so they're gonna have to like figure out a way to fix that.
Do we have stats around the amount of kills per weapon? I don't know if that's a thing or not.
No, I think unfortunately,
like how much percentage they use the NPC comparatively to all.
We
the
used to. I think eventually we're getting API access, but right now we don't, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, it's without having watched closely, just from like eye testing, it seems like they just weren't playing the maps where the NPC was kind of relevant for like 3-4 players at a time. But from an outside perspective, it just looked like they weren't like abusing it like some of the other teams were.
Yeah,
Again,
that was my takeaway from FaZe. I think they gotta pull out 4 subs more. I think the other reflection I had, played a lot of Dennis and D this weekend. Dennis and D is, I wouldn't say the deepest strat book of a map. It is very much a key on making mid-round calls. I think the problem for FaZe is they play that map very straight up on both sides of the ball. And they have pretty set roles, and I think they gotta, like, to me, it feels like they gotta move Abuza a bit around him more as a sniper and kind of get him in dojo sometimes. Sometimes he's got to hold computers. Like, they got to show more looks. They were very predictable in Dennis and D this weekend. They got bowled over in a couple of those. It's like straight up bowled over. Like, no contest, lost that map. So, you know, they played COD and got top 4. Like, I don't think they're losing full about it, but missed opportunity for sure. You agree, Del?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that's them. What do you guys think about Toronto this weekend? Another top 3.
What a fun team to talk about. I wonder what
like,
we're
is this Del? I'm gonna start with you. Like, is this the same as last year? Like, they're good, but like they're just gonna get 3rd, 4th at every event. Like, do you think they can actually make a final?
This conversation's going again. You know where this is going.
Yeah.
I mean, they got here. They got to Sunday. They had a chance. They lost Game 5 to Optic. They actually could have been in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the ARs, not just Insight, like Kips as well, they had a pretty bad series on the Sundays versus like the Thieves and I mean, Kips didn't not that bad, but it's just like the way they play. I mean, we know how Toronto plays in the respawns. They won 1 respawn in this series. Like, there was times when, like, yes, they've been good historically in respawn this year with Insight dropping the numbers that he does, because he has like the least amount of kills, least amount of damage, least amount of hill time. But they still find a way to make it work. They still have a really good respawn record on the season. But then, like, the SNDs, when you play the top teams, you're not gonna get away with doing like the 3v4 shit with a guy who's just like being like the anchor, hiding in the back, playing, let the other 3 run it down like that. You're not gonna get away with that versus the top teams. And then their S&D, they just didn't win that Scar S&D either. So like, Insight just needs to find his bag, because he used to have like the Cold War clutch Insight. He's dropping double digits every S&D, but he's not doing that right now. And in respawn, he's doing enough versus like the teams that aren't like the Thieves and the Optics to still win. They found the system to win versus that. But when you play these top teams, you're just not going to get away with that. And so that's why everyone wants to see them make a change for Insight. But after 2 top 3s, like, I just don't know, knowing the players, if they're going to want to. Like, Kleenex, I probably doesn't want to drop Jamie. I'm assuming the rest of them don't want to drop Jamie, but it kind of like caps him out at a top 3. But they even could have got top 2 here had they clutched up at one more map. But they're just putting themselves in a hole before the series even starts versus the top teams.
What do you think, Ray?
I mean, my stance hasn't changed on the whole situation. I still think, like, Jamie proved that, like, against the Optic game, he showed up, didn't he? Like, he played really good in the Optic match, I'm pretty sure.
Nah.
Did he not?
Nah.
Dropped the 0.96, was kind of struggled.
I feel like it was just like...
I think Jamie had kind of a bad S&D event, to be honest.
I'm more getting at, like, again, I'm still with the stance that Jamie is a capable player.
Yeah.
I think there are certain mindsets and shifts that need to happen for them to be a competitive team across the board more consistently. To say that this team is like incapable of winning is, I think, a little overblown. Like, they've shown that this weekend they had what it takes. Like, again, they went map 5 with Optic. They competed in basically every match until they showed up against Thieves. It's more the sense of like how consistently they can show up against the best teams with how the current approach is. I think it's more the problem that I have. I fucking Kleenex Joe and Kips have been so fucking good, and Insight has had his moments, and it's easy to look at it from an outside perspective and be like, yeah, that's the guy that they need to swap for someone else. I get it. Who's to say that would be better or worse? Statistically, it's hard to say, like, in certain moments, like, yeah, maybe it could be better, but again, Jamie brings more intangibles than just the slaying aspect of the games, which some teams need to succeed, and maybe this team needs it. And like, obviously Jamie's a staple in the league, has been around for a while. This guy is full of knowledge and championship championship experience. And I still think he's capable. Is he capable to play at the level that he's going to be the one carrying the team to win? I don't think we've seen that recently. But again, I feel like if there's some sort of a shift in how he approaches things, and just, again, to me, the speeding up aspect just a little bit in certain moments, even if he needs to bring out a fucking NPC in certain moments to be able to speed up, like whatever that is, for him to be more involved in certain plays that are happening, I feel like this team has a chance to take a step forward and be a contending team like they are. I mean, is it fair to say they already are a contending team? Like,
yeah, they're a contender, not to win just yet, but they're right there.
But it's at the same time,
it's their S&D. It's honestly their S&D. Like it needs to become really good. Like
well, this weekend.
This weekend they were good, Serge. Yeah.
They were 5-3. They were 5-3 in search. They were 7-3 in hardpoint. They were 2-4 in overload this weekend. So it's not like they. Yeah. It's not like to me they showed the aspects of where you needed. They just couldn't do it in the moments that mattered the most against the teams that were obviously the other contending teams.
But do you think they hit their peak? Because like this is exactly what we saw at Major 2. But at Major 2, Jamie was like frying. Like Inside was frying at Major 2. He played really well. And like this weekend, he had a slower weekend, and they still hit third. Like, so is this their peak, or do we think they could take it a little bit further?
I think it's more in the sense of like you look at it in terms of where they lose their games and how they lose their games. That's where, to me, it may sound simple for an outside perspective. And again, everyone can use the stats to speak against what I'm about to say. But again, I feel like they're a slight mentality shift away from mostly Jamie, but from a team aspect to get to a place where they can contend with the top teams that are winning these events consistently. They have the talent. Like overboard, like as a team, they have the talent to compete. They've shown it. These guys are all great players. Again, Jamie, we understand that hasn't been shown out the most statistically, but to me, it's more of a pace thing where his stats are struggling because I don't mind if Jamie goes -5, -10 in certain games as long as he's involved as much as everyone else is. That's how I would approach this if I was coaching the situation. Where I feel like it's a problem is if the player is not involved in as many fights and he's still putting out those kind of numbers. That's when it's like, okay, well, like if Jamie ends up being in a situation where he needs to be one in the front and he's not the one in the front because that's what the play required him to do, and he didn't do it, then that's when your team starts struggling because the guys behind you now lose their timings on the routes they should be taking, and the flow of the game is different than it should be. Like that's where I have my issues with how things are going for them. But everything else to me is just so overblown. And I still believe these guys can do it. It's just could they potentially gain from making a change? Sure, but I think they have also a lot to lose by making a change at this stage of the year, especially.
Wait, Ben, can you just go to the S&D?
Go look
just
at
like the player S&D, like the overall, just for like the team for the season.
Oh, for the season?
Yeah, or Major 3. It could be Major 3. It's fine.
Which one do you prefer?
Just do Major 3. Do Major 3. It's fine.
This is S&D just on the season. Clinics are 1.3. Jamie had a bad S&D event 0.72. Joe and Kev's all drop in pretty decent numbers in search.
Bro, it's so crazy how like I don't know. It's so weird how this team's like right there. That's why I think everyone wants them to make a change though, because they're right there and a player is dropping like astronomically bad numbers. Granted, he probably does bring a lot in game, helps the team out a little bit, but it's just everyone sees that. Like they see like how many less engagements.
The public's always going to see that. Like
how much less damage, but it's like he doesn't have a mode. Like I think if he had a mode at least, or that he took over, whether it was just overload or it was just S&D or just hardpoint, but there's like none of them. So I feel like people don't really give him any more grace. They're kind of just like, we want to see this team with a fourth that does just a little bit. You know, the 0.9s consistently with a lot of hill time, for example. That's why I think everyone's just on his ass to make a change, which is fair. It's fair. Because imagine, what if this team were to make a change and just become the best team in the fucking game? I mean, we saw what happened last year when Optic dropped Skies and got Merc. What if it happens this year? They just become unbeatable. But it's probably where I personally don't think they're going to make a change. I don't think they will. But it's just a what if. That's what everyone wants to see. Because maybe this team could be winning all the tournaments if they had a different fourth. But it's just, who knows?
They could also make a change and become worse because some of the things that we don't see from behind the scenes that are.
But how do you want to it depends how you want to think of it. Like
there's no way. Yeah, I get it. I mean, we can make our assessments from outside, but again, like being in these positions before where you've had to manage certain situations within teams, bro, like the outside perspective is rarely the one that makes the most sense. There are way more to it than what people see. So yeah. Let's move on.
Move on off of Toronto. So those are the two teams that got top four. Toronto and FaZe kind of rolling out as we expect are contenders, and I expect that to keep going as we move towards the Major Four tournament. I want to kind of in group here talk about the top six, kind of top eight teams. So this is Falcons, Gentlemates, Minnesota, Miami, all kind of in different states of like feeling. Falcons got top six, but maybe you feel a little bit optimistic there. Gentlemates, Minnesota, and Miami, I don't think not so much. So I want to start with you, Dylan. Is kind of where we start having the like, will they, won't they make a change situation. All of these teams are confirmed to make champs. They're not really in danger of doing so, as we discussed in the beginning of the show, but I think none of them are happy how the last two stages have been. You think one, some, or all of these teams, Dylan, should make a change going into the Paris Major?
To be honest, I think the only team that should probably stick is Falcons, because I do think they have improved from what we saw. I mean, they just went through a very public, almost roster breakup, almost roster changes, fucking trialing on stream. But then they actually look better. Like Exid played really good on LAN. We have to show love to Exid. Like he actually was probably the best player for the team this weekend. He like had his confidence. And it was looking good. So I think Falcons and this new meta helped them as well. I think this new meta definitely helped Falcons get a little bit better. Granted, they didn't get the placement they wanted. Like Fizz6 still isn't like that good, but they looked much better. And Celium needs to play faster. Like Celium is not with the Tiny Terrors anymore. Like he has to get more involved in the game, in the mix. He doesn't have the two best SMGs in the league fucking running it down for him all the time. Like he needs to get more involved in the play. The other three teams, they probably should make a change. Like Gentlemates is another team that I personally don't think they will. They probably should. I don't know who for, because it's like you can make an argument for anyone. I think you can make an argument on anyone at Gentlemates could get replaced except for probably Neptune. Yeah. I think Neptune and Ghosty are pretty safe, but definitely Neptune. But it's just like that's like a coach, staff behind the scenes, who's not trying in scrims, who's bringing the most issues to the team. That's a tough one. They probably should make a one-person change. I don't think a two-person change will really help Gentlemates that much. It will change too much of the team where they already have a really solid foundation with a lot of good players. Two changes like completely changes the identity of it. So I don't think they should make a two-person change. Maybe a one. And then, Miami should make a change, and G2 100,000% should make a change. If you pull up the G2 stats,
it's bad.
The subs are in hell at Major 3. Just go.
Well, not even Major 3. I can just show you on the season.
Well, in general, because like Skies and Mamba had the literal exact same stats at the Major, except for I think in Overload. I think Mamba was a little bit better. But like, bro, if you pull up the S&D, there was 2.5s. Two players at a 0.5 in S&D, and one of them is your sniper. Bro, Estriel and Kremp were frying this event. They should have at least gotten maybe a fifth, sixth, probably a fourth. But like, bro, it was unacceptable how much help they didn't have. Like, it was crazy when your subs are dropping numbers like this. Like, I don't even know.
Ray, I know. I want to go to you. I know you'll have a different perspective because I know you're a bit more glass half full a lot. But I wanted to kind of, I know with Miami, for example, you were talking a bit in our, I don't know if it was on the flank or we were having the combos. Do you think that Miami's kind of a mentality shift kind of situation? I want you to kind of expand on that and also your thoughts on the other three teams that comprise those four.
Dude, Miami's a tough riddle to solve without, in the same way that Gentlemates riddle is tough to solve from an outside perspective. There's got to be something internally going on for the inconsistencies that we're seeing from some of these teams. Like I feel like they're putting out, I mean, we've seen them put out statistically most of the season, if not, I mean, honestly, fucking the entire year. Just haven't been able to translate it consistently into wins. It always seems like it's just small things here and there during maps. It's not like they have all the big pieces for the most part figured out. It's just there are certain, again, for Miami specifically, to me, it's been pace, which we saw the NPC meta kind of help them. But as the other teams started catching up in the NPC usage itself, now we can see them fall behind in pace again. Like they got the advantage from switching it to early, it felt like, and then fell back behind once other teams started copying them and just doing it better / faster. I'm a huge fan of basically all the players in that team from in terms of skill set, in terms of what's needed to compete at the highest level in terms of skill level. I don't really know these guys at all personally, individually. I know Methods, who is their coach. Methods is sick, who's really big on culture, and it sounds like the culture within the team is really good. So I don't suspect that being too much of an issue. I think it might be just players not necessarily adapting to things as much as they should be, because it's the same thing last year. I felt like they were competitive as soon as they got super last year towards the end of the second half of the season. They were a competitive team throughout the year. It just always
they were
felt like
good.
they were just missing like that small piece of whatever it was.
And then go to the stats for like the major.
That just held them back, and it feels like they're back in that kind of same boat now, where we've seen Miami be a championship contending team online, or even at certain moments during the LAN this week, and then they just have these matches where they just don't even show up and they just look miserable. So I don't know. It's a tough one.
Can you click through it? Just like the hardpoint overload search.
Hardpoint on the numbers were great, although they were 3 and 5 in hardpoint this weekend, so that's not necessarily what you want.
So those are the stats that link to their hardpoint. So they're 3 and 5 at hardpoint, going positive in hardpoint. Again, like this is from
not great,
just purely looking at stats.
Ray does not like that.
That's not good.
I fucking hate that. But
I want to like compare the LAN versus the online stats to see, because I guarantee the online stats are probably higher with more kills, and they probably have a little bit more wins in hardpoint.
They actually got outslayed online, and they were 3 and 6 in hardpoint.
Oh, so they were just shit at hardpoint in general.
So, but
there is nothing more frustrating as a coach than seeing your team outslay another team and lose a map. That is like I don't lose full much at all anymore, and very honestly, I don't really lose full at all when I'm coaching anymore. I think at stages of my career where I probably was a little more emotional, but like those are the things that I'll bring up to my team immediately and be like there are things that we are doing drastically wrong for that to happen. I pride myself on my coaching ability to help a team win games while getting outslayed. So last year we had an analyst. The year before that we didn't have an analyst, and I was the one keeping stats. And then most of the stats that I kept were like per map. We like scrim stats in terms of like what is the score of a map against a specific team on each map. So I would have like a sheet of all the maps we played, and then I would put coloration to a map whether we win, lost, and if we won, lost while getting outslayed or outslaying, and I would have colorations for that. And if my sheet was a certain color, I was really happy because we won maps while getting outslayed. I can tell you right now, if you talk to the LAG guys, bro, in scrims leading up to champs, we won literally like 50% of our games against them while getting outslayed, which to me is like that nothing makes me happier, because it means we're doing the right shit that's conducive to winning. As long as we keep up evenly in statistics in terms of kills, we're going to win a map 9 times out of 10. So this is Miami needs something in that sense right now. Like they need to find a way to me, it's just a matter of taking advantage of their kills. It's kind of like the same thing we talked about earlier in the year. They just seem to have a lack of moving into better positions. When they have good positions, they want to stick to them rather than moving to the next position that will allow them to die a little bit more and still maintain the advantage on the map.
I agree with Ray. Yeah. It's like I think for Miami, this is the major where I assume teams will start scoring probably Saturday. Day one, we got to have a rethink, especially in hardpoint, about how we're approaching macro situationals or rules on the map. And then once we get that hammered, we'll delve into the micros, the 50-50s or whatever. But like try and recenter here so we can play more efficiently, because they're still a good search team, still serviceable in overload. They don't have the world's easiest schedule. Falcons, Optic, FaZe, Vegas, Cloud9, Vancouver. But like you're already qualified for champs. Yeah, Miami. You're already qualified for champs. You go 2 and 3, 3 and 2, whatever. You're in winner's bracket. But they got to improve the efficiency, because they're heading down a path right now where I just don't feel great about them at the last couple of events here. Like squeaking out.
It just sucks.
For a higher.
They're such a fun team to watch when they're doing good. Like last year, it was so fun to watch Miami and cheer for them. And like I just want them to be in that spot where they're getting the top 3s, getting the top 4s. And this year, every time they get to land, it's just they just roll over and die. Like there's just nothing on land this year.
To me, I love this stage for them, because this is a place where they can kind of go back and assess and practice, and they'll have a good understanding of where they stand going to the end of the season with the matches they have, because they're playing good teams. I would not, if I'm them, knowing that I'm in champs already, I would not want an easy stage, because I want to know where I stand and where I need to improve.
Yeah, how good you actually are.
Playing the good teams is what will expose that for you. So I think that's a good stage for them.
I know we kind of glossed over it. I want to go back to kind of talking. I want to talk about Falcons for a sec. Like it's a bit of a weird situation with Falcons, because like they finally got a top 6 and they look great on the first 2 days of this for the most part. Like they didn't lose a map up until the Optic series, and they lost to Optic in a game 5. Like they really battled in this Optic series. And unfortunately for Falcons, the way it's been is I wouldn't say that the world's greatest S&E team, and it hurt them in this one because even though they won an overload and a hard point, they lost 2 searches. And then after that, it felt like the momentum kind of came out the window, and they didn't really show much of a life in after the first map in the series. I know the Scar Overload was close, as many as Scar Overload are, but the S&D wasn't particularly close. So like, I want to start with you, Ray. Like, what do you like? If you're Falcons, I don't think you make a change, but like,
no,
it's like you kind of see that there's a spark there that you can tap into, but like, how do we not like just peter out in the middle of this after?
How many days has Falcon played in front of us this year? Like how many total matches have they played? Like 30?
Like on land or like in general?
Just everywhere. In general, everywhere.
Yeah.
Like 30? Let's just say like how many matches they played this year? I'm just curious.
7.
It's not. It doesn't need to be specific. Let's just say it's 30. Okay.
It's like 30-ish, I would say.
Okay, 30. How many days have Falcons look like a championship contending team in the sense where they clearly played good enough where they could have beat any other team in the league?
Maybe like close to 10 of those days. I would say a third.
I would say, to me, honestly, because of how good they were in Major 2, I would say almost half. Let's just say almost half.
Yeah, I think it
doesn't need to be specific. So to me, if you're literally showing up 50% of the time playing like you're the best team in the world, it's literally a matter of consistency at that point. You need to figure out what is causing the inconsistencies. Is it the approach on certain maps? Is it the mindset that we have? Is it like the practice not being good enough all the time? Like whatever that is, that's what this team needs to do and figure out behind the scenes so that they can show up and play at a level that they can play at. This team has shown the capability of winning a tournament, like in terms of like at their best. The problem is they can't seem to play at their best consistently day after day. They have these days and these moments and these maps and these situations, like all the way down to just individuality, decision making in certain instances where they just don't seem to have it. And you need to like, it's hard to explain. And again, this is a situation that's hard to manage in a team because the answer obviously isn't obvious because they would have figured out by now if it was. So this is where the assessment, if I was in their situation, if I was in that camp, I would go back and try and manage and try and understand where are we lacking that's causing our inconsistencies, whether it's a mode, whether it's a mentality, whatever that is. And I would spend my next 2 weeks of practice before Major 4 matches start into focusing on that solely. So I give myself the best chance coming down the stretch at the end of the season.
I agree with you. And that's why I think they're going to stick with it and kind of keep the process. But like, you know, I think that's really the only path they got at this point.
I think, dude, again, the idea of roster changes and stuff, I get it. Like everyone wants the best team possible, and like people seem to believe the grass is always greener elsewhere. But when you have a team that has shown up, like statistically, this team has been the best hardpoint, like first or second tie with Optic, and one of the best overload teams in the game at certain moments. Again, I'm not saying consistently, but at certain moments they have shown, so they clearly have it in them. It's a matter of putting it together where you can find a consistency in that performance and show up and always be there. And those play, again, they have 3 world champions. I fucking agree with you, Ben, 100%. Xnit has showed up and played, or I'm sorry if Dill said it, but
this is his best event. This is best event.
I made agree he played well. He played really good.
This man is like, I've always believed in his capabilities from the start. I know people have been lackluster, like guys like him who haven't been like, bro, this guy didn't even play in NA, bro. Like it's not like it's a completely different ball game when you play within a different scene and different, like obviously if you start in NA, you go play elsewhere, private advantage, but the efficiency and how you go about playing the game, like having Clay as a coach has been big for him, I'm sure. Like this guy is starting to learn, and this guy's starting to put into effect what he's learned, and it's showing. His skill set was never a problem. Like even last year, I remember there was wasn't it a vault, a hard point where didn't he have the kill record last year? It was like 52 or 53 on a vault.
Was it him or was it Kicks? Was it Xnit or Kicks? I think a couple of them had a lot of kills.
Okay. Well, I know Xnit had a few.
I think Xnit was up there. No, I think he did have a couple. He took over for sure.
More so using that to the sense of like he has the skill set to compete at the highest level. I don't think that's ever been a question. I think it's more decision making, intangibles, like where do you go and handling your emotions and playing in certain situations. That takes time, bro. Like it's not something that happens overnight. Celium is playing on the same team with the same player. Like, bro, Cells played in the same team for the same players for 5, bro. Like these two guys have been in situations that will take time to adjust, and I feel like this team is being given a time. Granted, with that little hiccup there a month ago, but I feel like this team has the capability of going big. It's just a matter of finding and putting it together. And how to go about.
Let me spit a little ball because I talked, and Bill, I think you did too. I talked a bit to Clay, and I think talking to Clay. Saud Exnit is one of the least experienced players in the league. We've talked about this a bunch, but the Saudi Arabia's not a mature comp scene. They were playing 6v6 S&D. Like, respawn experience, like, he is way underexperienced compared to people. And I think one thing that Clay was trying to hammer into the guys the last few weeks is understanding that when you maximize teamwork and trust, the game feels so much easier to play and less reliant on having to just do some individual bullshit. And how good it feels once you accomplish that teamwork of like, wow, that's my North Star, because if we just play that way, like, we're going to smoke everybody. And I don't have to go out there and just crack 3 pieces left, right, and center to get it done. And they did it for quite a bit over the course of this weekend. I got away from them on Saturday, but they have something to build upon for Major 4 and Chance, where hopefully they can turn back into a real contender in this league.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to Falcons, this tournament was everything for them. I just like the trajectory they're on. Like, they could have a good Major 4, maybe a good chance.
I get in trouble when I use that word, bro. I get in
Wait,
trouble.
really?
I've gotten a lot of trouble in the past for using that word, but go ahead.
Trajectory?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that word?
There was a time and a place where I got baited at Tom for making a top player list, and I used the word trajectory, and the whole community wanted to come for my name.
Well, no, I mean, Falcons was way worse before, but now they're looking better. So they're on an upwards trend. Okay, are they on an upwards trend, I guess? I mean, they're looking better than they were before, because before on land, they looked like shit. So now they actually look competitive. They beat a couple really good teams, sent Optic the game 5. They're improving. I mean, there's so many issues with that team from the past, but it looks like they're in a good spot right now where they can build on something and improve, and then hopefully become a team that can compete, maybe get to a Sunday.
As long as they keep progressing.
That's the big thing.
Is that, like, I don't want to see
they should,
like,
yeah,
because they've shown, like, especially in Respawn, we talked about at the start here, like, they've shown some minor moments where they were like, oh my god, this team could be it, and then just didn't really kind of pan out over time, and especially on land. Major 2, they made some incredible progress in their consistency in terms of Respawn. Search was still lacking, and then when they get to land, they had to struggle again. They've kind of didn't really do too much on land, but they didn't really regress. And then they showed up on land and clearly shown that they've made some progress forward. I still think the mode that I'm still questioning for that team is still Search. Saud switching to snipes clearly has helped him find.
Yeah, his snipe is definitely good.
They found a different winning avenue with that. So now can they take that further and build off of that to where they are competitive in all 3 modes? And again, the consistency aspect is always going to be the question mark. Can they get to a point where they show up every day?
I want to pivot, guys, because in essence of time, I want to talk about Gentlemates in particular, because there has been some news about Gentlemates, not more specific that's come out today, but there was some info that came out over the course of the weekend that while they were mid-tournament, they were thinking about possibly signing a substitute, maybe exploring an academy roster. Ronnie put out an article over the course of the weekend talking about Ethan on Omit EU. Had a great weekend, by the way. Fantastic weekend.
He showed out.
Apparently, skill is also, according to Ronnie, been linked into this situation. Now, there was a bit of pushback from the Gentlemates. One of their personnel did put out a tweet, the managing director, saying, while, I don't know if this is translated or he actually types out in English, but while the spread fake rosters, while we're literally still playing the tournament, we've never had a single contact with Ethan. Maybe try better sourcing before posting next time. I will say the way this is written, there is a little bit of leeway if maybe we're talking to people around Ethan, or is there, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a little bit of a squeeze on that, but I don't think Ronnie would have put it out there without there being, a bit of smoke. I want to go to you, Ray. Like,
BENJ,
you muted.
Apologies, BENJ? I didn't mean to mute out by accident, but I want to go to Ray first. Actually, I want to go to you first. If you're Gentlemen, you kind of like them thinking about the substitute thing, but you kind of still feel that like, even trying to motivate the guys, like picking up a sub or thinking about the future, like they kind of think about now in their current 4.
I mean, I think they should have thought about having, like, what phase it. They picked up a Luka. It probably motivated the team to not want to make a change. They should have done that before, because if you would literally just delete stage 1 and major 1, Gentlemates They probably have like a negative record in Major 2 and Major 3, I'm assuming. They just haven't looked good. I mean, it's not a secret. They have not looked good at all. They've looked like a completely different team than they did in Major 1. So I think just for like a hope for the team, for some kind of like a breath of fresh air, they probably do need to make a change, just to like freshen something up or get someone on the bench to light a fire under everyone's ass. Because that team, with how good they looked at Major 1, should not look that bad instantly after. Like there hasn't been like a spark of something where like, oh wait, I kind of see the old Gentlemates right now. It's just been bad. Everyone's inconsistent. Some games Siv's playing like shit, even though he's doing damage. Some games Envoy's playing like shit. Some games Ghosty will have a stinker. Neptune will have some bad maps or bad plays, especially in the S&D. Like if you watch the team closely in S&D, they'll just do some of the dumbest shit ever. Like when they try to retake the club on Plaza and just threw a smoke and just try to 4-bang it. Sometimes they'll just make a play solo. Like it just seems like they're so off. The chemistry between them is just non-existent
Neptune
anymore.
gave them a 0.8 in S&D this split, which is just not good enough.
That's not good from your primary playmaker, because he's supposed to be that guy for the team. I mean, Ray had Neptune on the team last year, and I feel like Neptune is always like that guy for.
I mean, with the race team last year, you guys were very good at getting bloods, and then for other reasons, you guys threw those rounds away. But
there's so many. I'm actually curious. The first thing we brought up here, which is kind of like a little different, the idea of bringing a substitute in. You guys feel like that's a productive kind of fire in the butt for the players that are on your team?
It could be. I think it really depends on the players, because some players might not like it and they might get pissed, but it really depends on the personnel on the team. So if it does, good. If it doesn't, hey, I'd rather put someone under pressure and see if they can perform under pressure, because if you can, you got it. If you can't perform under pressure, go find a job.
I just feel like let me try and find a way to exemplify this in situations that I've lived through. I feel like trying to be PR here in a way. I can say a lot here. If I was a content creator,
do you want me to go first, Ray, while you kind of have a think?
Just real quick, like to me, just in the same sense of where the Falcons tried a player out, it's obviously a little more blatant there because they clearly have the idea of potentially making a switch. This to me kind of sends a similar message in a way. And to me, you should never get to a point your players need that fire. Like if you're managing and doing things internally as a team, as a group, where you're always kind of putting your foot forward to getting better every day, like that should never get to that point. Like if we're saying, to me, like someone is drastically doing something wrong, and this is player, anyone really involved in a team, if you're at a point where someone needs that kind of motivation outside of it, that just seems like you missed a step somewhere. No, like it's just.
Odds are yes, but like, what have they? I'm sure they've had many one-on-one talks, many team talks, player talks, coach talk, like everyone involved. Because Gentlemates really cares as the org. They invest a lot. They have like fucking, I think 4 people on the staff. So like, why is it just not working? And how can they have such a drastic fall off in the gameplay from one stage to the next 2 stages?
Right.
That's like why it's like, what they have to try something new at this point. Like you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and think it's gonna work.
So,
like it's
so I'm stepping in here, Dale.
Yeah, go ahead, BenJ.
Because I bitch. Anyone that follows my content, watch the flank since day one, they know my thoughts on the substitute thing, which is, especially if you're on what I would consider a rich org, right? And I'm not a team playing the minimum, but a team that's got money to spend, budget to spend discretionary money. If you are a front office, let's say you're a GM or president of the team or whatever, we need to always be thinking about 2 or 3 steps ahead, right? We need to be thinking about this season, but next season. We need to understand where the market's going to go, where other teams are going to go, to put ourselves in the best position for not only developing our current players, but also making sure that we're putting competitive rosters year in and year out. And one thing that top teams kind of got away from once COVID hit was like using that substitute spot as a hedge, but also as a build upon. And I think Gentlemates, before the struggles, I think had an opportunity, like if they were like, okay, now that we're actually in it, we have the Paris spot and not the Los Angeles Gorillas, Gentlemates, fucking Fugays of last year. Step 1 is let's get a good team. And then step 2, let's like actually build out, market engage, get into challengers, whatever. The problem is I think they made or thinking about making this move about 2 months too late. I think they missed a window on like starting this process. Now, Ethan is a great player identified. Let him play great this weekend. If they get him, that's a really good get out of Omit. And someone that even if he doesn't get in this season, they could potentially use next year. I think that though, like as you get towards like FaZe did the Aluka thing in Major 1. In fact, way earlier. They did it in December, even before the break. So like they did it way early in the process.
Yeah.
Doing this now with Ethan after they've been struggling for 2.5 months is like it's such like a Hail Mary last minute thing. That I just don't think it's great man management out of this team. And if you look with respect to situation's different, but also if you look with respect to the personnel in the squad, I don't know if this is the type of move that's going to motivate those guys. Knowing their personalities, kind of how they play, when they struggle, what are their soft skills at, when they play well, where they're exceeding. I don't think like bringing Ethan in is going to make Dante less inconsistent on line to land when he was doing the same thing last year for New York and doing the same thing at times for Seattle. It's not like they were the most consistent placing team. And Dylan Envoy has struggled consistently after Major 1 for virtually 3 years now. So I don't really see if that's what you're trying to check the box on. I don't see how we kind of get there. You feel me?
I don't really like comparing the FaZe to Mates situation because FaZe have players that are running out of contracts at the end of this season, while Mates just probably signed all their guys to plus ones.
They're all
have new contracts. So like FaZe looking ahead and getting a player like it's like Aluka. Most people saw the Aluka move in terms of like, oh, this might be a change they're looking to make, but I think it was more a sense of here's a good player that clearly has potential to be a top player in the league in the future, and we're most likely, again, you never know, but there's a decent chance that we'll be in a situation next year where we need new players. Why not put into the young players and try and get some new guys that we can build around for long term? And Luka made sense for that. Like the mate situation is completely different in that sense. So change now looks way more of.
I feel you on that.
Yeah.
But you agree with me that this Ethan move is like, is this who they get or skill or whoever? Like, I don't
I'd be honestly surprised. I'd be surprised if the Mates were to tag someone else on right now and not look to make a change off of it right away. I'd be surprised if it just brought someone in with the idea of, again, just lighting a fire under their teams. I just don't see that, especially at this point.
It's a little late. It's a little late to do that. At
the point you're in the season, you have five online matches, including the minor. Let's just say 6, and then you have your biggest major of the year for your organization coming up. So you have like at the very best, you have 6, or at the very worst, you have 6 online matches to prepare for what theoretically is the biggest event of the year for them, for their organization, because it's their own major. And then you have champs. Like, you really don't have time to kind of take into effect just a new guy, a newcomer that, again, this is no shot to Ethan. Ethan looks like a great player. Trust me. I watched him this weekend. Kid looks gross as hell. And there's always intangibles and things you need to learn once you get to the pro level that are things that are accrued over time that, again, some guys can pick up really fast, but for the most part, those things that take time. Just kind of like the same way we talk about XNID, like Ethan grew into the EU scene, which, again, no offense to the EU scene, is probably a little bit behind the NA scene overall. So he's not getting the same level kind of play every day in practice. He gets to the land, plays the pro teams here, so on and so forth. Obviously, they played really well. They're a very good team and they're very good players. But again, there is a time essence into it that, to me, they really don't have right now. So if they were going to pick him up, it's because they feel like something is really, really bad to the point where they just don't see a way out of their current situation. But then that would mean the player they're picking up is currently going to be right into it. I think it'd be weird and a weird message if you pick up a player that you intend to use for next season, you pick up now. I mean, in a way, I guess not, but
it depends on if they really want to invest in like an EU player.
Yeah, that's fair.
To like have for General Mates, of course, the EU-based team.
Take that back.
So like they could, it's always good to get people to have, like, I think like Bush did it with Shrub a little bit when they got like Wevy and Skill to like maybe potentially keep around to get on the main Bush team. So teams want to be phase. They have a Luka now. If they start struggling, they end the year not good. Maybe a Luka gets slotted in next year. So it's always good to get future talent. But with this team, I kind of agree. Like, I don't think they're gonna instantly or pick something up and then just get the fire and improve, because it's too late for that. I think they probably should have already done that. If they're going to make a change, they should just slot that person in regardless, like instantly. Just have a new fourth on the team, because they have Major 4, which is their home event, of course, champs, but then EWC and Paris as well. So like they're going to have, I don't know how the spectator or audience thing's going to work, but if it's allowing spectators and audiences, I'm sure a lot of General Mates fans are going to want to go to another event in Paris. They pretty much got 2 home events in Paris this year. They're going to want to show out for their fans. So like, you want to have a good team. So like, and this team just hasn't really shown anything of why they should stick together, but it is the most difficult one because we're not behind the scenes. We don't know the combos. We don't know what's going on in the scrim room. Like it's hard. It's easy to say like maybe Envoy should be dropped, but we don't know what's going on. No. So
Yeah,
like it's hard to say who should be. Only the people that are involved will have the best idea of what they should do.
They've just been inconsistent too long that they got to twitch up something. So
Because now like everyone kind of looks bad now. Like everyone has something that they're not that good at now. So it's like, okay, there's no real star. What's going on? Neptune, granted, is probably the best player that saves them the most, but even he has his own inconsistencies. So it's like
their teamwork's not good. Even beyond that,
yeah, everyone's getting affected by this.
Even beyond that, their teamwork is hard falling off from where it was in Major One, and you're seeing all the modes. And to expand just really quick, like we're talking about this EWC thing, there was an official announcement. It's been rumored for a while. EWC will be in Paris. No venue announced, but if you follow the reporting, it looks like a lot of fonts where we're going for Major 4. Might be part of it. There's a couple of exhibition areas that they're looking at. No info yet officially from EWC about tickets, but I think there's going to be fans. And my guess,
because of the stuff that's happening over there, I'm assuming, like
probably.
I mean, their setup there is sick. It'd be insane to think they're trying to move their location, like
like to have it in different spots. Imagine
there was they've done some interviews when they first started out that they got asked at the year one, would you guys ever move it? And they've said like they saw a potential revenue stream of charging a hosting fee if people bid. So like I will say I think they were forward thinking sometime down the line that it might move. I didn't think they'd think it would be the third edition of this being in France. But again, to your point about Gentleman's fans, KC fans, Vitality fans, it's going to be in their backyard as opposed to having to fly to the Middle East. I want to, in the essence of moving along, I'm going to get call-ins in a sec, guys. I did put a link to the call-ins room, which is not open yet, but it'll be open shortly. I want to talk about two topics. We'll get to the amateur competition in a sec, but I want to give you each a minute, so a minute 30, to pick one or two teams that are in that like bottom 12, your Bostons, your C9s, and just give your quick thoughts on it. I'll start with you, Ray. Is there any particular of those teams that you want to talk about?
The bottom teams?
Yeah.
I mean, the main thing that we need to discuss and is the fact that all of these teams are basically out of champs run. There is absolutely zero reason to hold on to players that you feel you will not have on your team next year.
Yeah.
Like you should be looking at picking up players like whatever the Ethans, whatever situation you can go for. The players that seem the most promising within affordability of where you stand. You should be trying to get those guys into your teams as fast as possible to give yourself a chance at having dibs on them for next year and having something to build off of for the future. Like that should be your sole mentality because they get experience from the next major. They get their dip defeat into the pro league. They get to go to EWC, having a chance to win, which obviously is a big take for those guys because you have guaranteed money for EWC. So for some of these AM players that are like, especially with how good challengers it is here, there's no guarantee anybody is actually making it. Like it's going to be a very difficult tournament to finish top 4, and so getting the guarantee of being there is automatically a good chip for these teams to use to make to get those guys to come to their teams. So to me, that should be like the main thing those teams should be aspiring to. Is just doing that. Like there's no, again, you're still playing for Major 4. I get it. There's still some aspect of it, but you really should be looking for the future more.
Right. You know what they're playing for? They're playing for a free vacation to Paris. These guys are going to be out by Friday afternoon. They're going to be seeing the Eiffel Tower. They're going to be going into the, what's that shit called with all the bones and shit in the tunnels?
The catacombs?
The catacombs, they'll be going that. I mean, all these bottom 4 teams realistically are not upsetting anyone, and they will be going home midday on Friday.
But they got to do something though. At this point, is the time.
Yes, they should do something. They should do something. But I mean, it's going to be a cool experience for those players to have multiple days to actually explore Paris.
I mean, I'll give you an example. If you are the Carolina Royal Ravens, I mean, there are going to be a lot of suitors for lurks after this season. There's a good chance.
Oh yeah,
that you're going to be in a position to sell. You got to figure out who you're building around here. Crazy's been okay. Exceed's been okay. Fire hasn't played that good. Like, I don't think either 3 of those guys have a locked in spot for next year. You should try and like figure out what's going on. So
Carolina might hold him hostage for a lot of money. Hopefully he's able to get off the team and not just chalk the first 2 years of his career, but I think they're going to probably try to hold him for a lot of money unless they get bought out and someone takes their spot and they try to build around lurks.
So okay,
let's
real quick. The thought process of one of these bottom teams being incapable of being competitive to me was proven wrong by my team last year. We did not have a big budget. We did not have the money that these top teams have. You just have to think about your situations differently, and again, do very well in managing, picking up these new coming players, and also have the people and staff around them to mold them into learning the intangibles and getting to a place where they can reach their ceiling faster than other teams would. Like, it's not. I'm not saying that what we did last year is something that any team can repeat at all times. Again, I'm gassing myself a little bit
because that was a couple year thing though, right? Like you picked up
Yes,
Abuza at beginning
100%.
MW2, was it, or MW3?
Yeah,
MW3
was the longest player.
and then you got 04, but then you got so it's like it was a couple year thing.
Correct.
And they had like bright minds around them. They had you, so like
but
some
that's
more
what I'm
gas
saying.
for you as well.
But more so saying it's not impossible to do.
It's not impossible. I get what you're saying.
His career is completely chalked around being, or his first 2 years, whatever, being in a situation like that. It's not like, if you look at it that way and you think of it that way, then yeah, maybe it probably is if you're in their shoes. But I'm just more so saying that there's been proving cases that it is possible to compete. It's not easy. It's obviously a lot easier if you can throw money around. I'm not this guy. Like, there's no.
Because I don't think Boston has a facility. The other three, I don't even think they have a facility.
No,
they do.
Boston's facility.
Yeah, they do.
No, I said Boston's the only one with a facility. The other three don't have.
C9 had it last year.
You guys at least had a facility as well. So it's like you're in person, you're developing, you're working with these players, you're teaching them. Because you know how hard it is when like you've worked with a player over Discord. Like when I was on Vegas Legion, we were on fucking Discord trying to go over VOD and do shit. So it makes it a lot more difficult. And that in-person thing is definitely a big thing.
But Trav wasn't in Vancouver. Hold on. Trav wasn't in Vancouver that much last year, right? Like you guys had him mostly remote.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, to be fair, we had like the dynamic of having the three there is enough to. Like,
yeah, you have majority.
If it's just one guy getting like that's outside, it makes. I don't disagree with what Dill said. It's definitely harder, but it's not impossible. Again, to me, it's all those kind of things. It's all really on how people take it seriously and how they want to manage their opportunities to get the best out of them. Yeah. Like I've seen players put in the work from a distance, and I've seen players not necessarily do the same things. And it's really just based on the people themselves and the culture that you can build as a team to have that mindset. If three guys on a team have a mindset, and the fourth guy doesn't have really a choice to follow, like you're just going to be like segmented out if you don't. So it's just, I don't know. I just think that there's a lot of talk of as a community that we look at these bottom teams saying they literally are just chalked from the get-go. I hate that thought process.
But I don't think it's really the community's fault though, right? I think it's what they've shown us is the reason people think like that. With your team, like people didn't say you guys were chalked when you guys actually, like, even though you were a low budget team, but you had a couple years working out, but some of these other teams, what they've shown us and how they don't really care and don't really help the team at all. That's why people say those teams are pretty chalked.
And we've litigated this a lot in this show, so I want to move on because we've had like 98 combos about this. But I want to quickly touch on challengers before it's a call in. Shout out to Telluride Bush. They ended up winning the Challengers Atlanta Open. They made a crazy losers bracket run. They were down 0-2 in losers round one when the bracket reseeded with the amateur teams dropping down from the Pro Am tournament. And then from there, I mean, they had the absolute cinema matchup against FaZe Falcons. That's a fun rivalry now. And Bush were able to close out in the grand finals. This was, I know Carrie's in the chat, but this was his team of the tournament. I think it's a pretty good summation. Cammy obviously was MVP, although I will say Byron Prolu played his world's best series in the grand finals on Sunday and played great in Sunday in general. Abe obviously cooked all weekend. We just talked about Ethan. He's getting his stock up. Stanley's been slowly doing his thing in Challengers for a minute now. So I think it's a pretty good team of the tournament. And shout out to the Bush boys for finally getting over the hump. I love Jerry and Sass and Mook and Austin. And I know Jace was in here earlier. I really feel for those guys, and they've had some ups and downs. This has been a really tough stage for them, but not qualifying for the Pro-Am, not even qualifying for the Elite Playoffs. But the fact they were able to close out with the win is awesome to see for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for Bush. They needed this. If they had like another bad stage, they might have pulled out of COD. So I'm happy they finally got their win. And then the FaZe Falcons beef is just something fun to follow for the rest of the season.
Cool. I'm going to move us to the call-in stage. Here, the sound's going to get disrupted for a second. I'll drag Dylan and Ray New in, and we'll get this going here. Let me drag the boys in here real quick. All right, guys, if you want to join the call-ins, we do have them linked in. Dylan and Ray have joined here in about a second or so. We're gonna let Dylan kind of run to the bathroom here. We're gonna let you guys. We're gonna take a couple of call-ins. As always, these call-ins, guys. Couple of rules. One is try to limit to like one question only and one quick follow-up only. We're gonna try and get through as many people as possible. I know some of y'all want to go back and forth and argue, but I'm gonna put my foot down at some point. I'm a little bit more aggressive than Anna is. Sometimes Anna loves to argue. Lord knows that guy loves to argue. I'm gonna be a little. If we're talking in circles here, I'm gonna kind of move on to the next person. So, that's really it. Just be mindful that other people want to ask questions and make sure you get to your point on it. The links are in Twitch and on YouTube, so if you don't see it, go look at the pin message in both. And yeah, when with Dylan back, I'm gonna go ahead and pick somebody who had their hand up first. I think Magic has his hand up first, looking at the stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and invite Magic to join us. You there, Magic?
I am not Magic.
You invited Frankie.
Oh, I invited Frankie. My bad. I don't know.
Frankie's a regular.
All right, well, Frankie, go ahead though. Go ahead,
Frankie.
Frankie. My bad. I'm gonna invite Magic next.
Come
Sorry.
Well, hey, I missed the whole show. I had a busy afternoon, so I apologize if this is something you guys already covered.
Nah, go ahead.
What do you guys think there might be a chance that we might see a change in the map pool? I know a lot of people don't like Plaza, obviously. Maybe that gets swapped out for something. Have you guys talked about that? I'm sorry.
We have not.
No, we have not.
We have not
Okay.
discussed it.
It's late, right? We're going into stage 4. I feel like there hasn't really been a precedent for a map change so late into the season. But I feel like an exception could be made if it's just one map and it's a map that is extremely controversial, like Plaza. Listen, I've talked enough about Plaza already on this show, right? We don't have to do all that again. But what do you guys think? Is it possible that we might see that swapped out for, say, Meltdown, or I don't know, maybe even Hossie, just for one map you throw it in, right? Or
I
a
could
game
see.
mode, rather.
So you want Plaza S&D, is what you're saying?
I mean, me personally, I don't mind it. I'd rather see something like Scar out because
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually agree. I think Scar should probably be the one that gets taken out because Plaza, whether people want to say it's a good map or not, how it plays whenever everyone bangs out A, it can kind of be kind of cheesy at times. It is fun, but I think in Hardpoint we need to get Clifftown out. I mean, it's G8. We might as well just get it the fuck out if we can have just get it out. And then with S&D, I do think Meltdown would be great to have in Meltdown, maybe Hacienda when that's in. If it is, but I don't know how the players, I think it's really on the players, how they would feel about Hacienda, just because it was in the previous game. And I know players have mentioned they want to like stay away from playing the same map in new CODs every single time, unless they have to. But I do think getting Meltdown in would be great, especially for getting Scar out, because I think Scar S&D, we can all agree that map's pretty ass, and it's just one bomb site is obsolete. So I'm down to get that one gone.
Yeah, Hossie was in because it was part of the season 3 Reloaded, but any season 4 maps are not going to get in until stage starts.
Here's how I would answer your question. I agree with the idea that some things, like if something's really bad, it should be swapped. Like Clifftown, for example, is a no-brainer.
Right.
We should replace with something that plays. In the same place that we want to talk about whatever map you want to remove in S&D, I think the only map that I foresee would make sense to add on at this stage of the season is a map we've already played before. As much as I would love to see Meltdown, because I mean Meltdown's a map I competed on, I would love to see it back. I think Hossie for Search and for Hardpoint would make most sense, just because those are maps that have been played before and wouldn't have to be relearned to an insane amount to where teams are like starting from scratch on something at this point of the year. Like again, the amount of practice and matches left are limited. So we want to see the highest level of COD between now and the end of the year. If you put in stuff that just hasn't been played at all or for fucking a decade, then we get into the sense of like maybe this could be cheesy in the sense of a team adapting quicker than other teams. But Hossie makes sense because it's a map we've played. It's a map we know works. It's a map we know is fun to watch, has a lot of like movement and capabilities that will be interesting to look at. And again, would be a no-brainer to put in my opinion for some of the
I
stuff
see a
that
couple
needs to be
people in the chat bringing up a good point. Frequency or Arsenal is going to be coming in season 4. That might be a good one to throw in. But I agree with Rambo pretty much entirely. Like you want it to be a map. If we change it at all, obviously, you want it to be a map that people are already pretty familiar with, so that we don't have to spend like weeks just learning a brand new map completely.
Why do we have to do that though? These players play 8 hours a day and have staff that study everything. Like it's not. Like it's so hard for these players to learn one S&D map.
I think it's just because it's so late.
Stop. The idea. Okay, so we just talked about it earlier in terms of like when the meta stabilizes in terms of strategy. How long did it take?
But for what meta or strategy?
Just any map mode, like all the maps.
I think it's a lot different in like respawn comparison to S&D.
I just
Like how shit develops, how metas develop. It still could be a thing for S&D, but like, why is it just instantly chalked, or it has to be an old map we already watched instead of a team? These teams just get to play a new map. They have a whole stage to learn it, and then champs as well.
Yeah, but from a competitive integrity standpoint, to me, that doesn't make sense. Like again, we spent what, like how long we've been playing for since November? So we're like 6 months, 7 months in now, maybe more. Like you've had all this time to generate mindset strategies, countering the strategies that have been known for all these other maps, and now you're bringing something completely new, which again, like when you bring something new, it's different and it's something that people have to adapt to and learn, which to me takes time to develop to a point where it's played at the highest level. I want to see the highest level of COD played between champs and EWC. Like towards
I personally think they would have this now after Major 4. I could agree. Like if it's 2 weeks before champs, yeah, that's probably too fucking late to add a map. But if they have the whole stage to actually play and practice it, I think that's more than enough time to get used to this map.
Any new maps that would be an option though?
You're getting like
15
to 20 reps.
Here's the issue: is that we're getting the season 4 maps in the middle of the stage. You start to run into a problem where it's like, well, we can make a map pool. You don't want to make a map pool change for champs. You could make a map pool change for EWC, and then beyond EWC, if there's all season tournaments, like whatever. I'm open to that idea. I'm less open to like throw a massive wrench in everybody's map pool before champs. I feel like that's
Meltdown's just in the game. I'm not talking about the season 4 maps. Meltdown's literally in the game right now. But the season 4 maps, yes, that's too late for champs because that's going to be like.
But if they want to make a map pool change for EWC, personally, EWC is the event to experiment. It's a for fun thing. So it's like if they want to advance, tell everybody, hey, like we like these season 4 maps. We're gonna after champs are gonna be in, and you should either practice them now if you want that practice, or get going before EWC. Like put them in there. I'm not opposed
I
to
think
that.
from a viewership standpoint, it's great. Like to get new stuff like that. I think especially if it's not a lot of it at once, and it gives you like something new to look at when you watch the matches. But from a competitive standpoint, for the teams that are within it, I would not be a fan of that. In my opinion, all the map changes that are made should be made prior to Major 3, and the second half of the season should be stable, so that we can have the best teams come out and win those events that matter the most.
That's why I'm saying, like, if we were to change it, just like one S&D map, one hardpoint, and that's it. You leave everything else, because honestly, I think the map pool overall is in a pretty good spot, other than Scar, S&D, and the Clifftown that like needs to go.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's in a pretty good spot. Well, I mean, fuck, it's kind of late for Overload too. I feel like Overload's kind of ass. But that's a whole.
No problem about it.
Yeah.
All
right, man.
Appreciate it. Frankie. Thanks so much for your
See you
question,
next
man.
time.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get Magic in here. Did I accidentally invite Frankie that time? It's all good. But I mean, that was a great question from MW. What's good, Magic?
Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
So, well, my question is that it's about the finals format. Now, we've talked about this over and over again. So, I had an idea that was, I think, slightly new. I was just kind of curious on what you guys thought, which is the winner. The winner from the winners final, what if they had the ability to pick between 2 overloads or 3 HPs? Would that be interesting? Would that be like a good advantage or no?
Oh, so you're saying? I see what you're saying.
I mean,
so
it's definitely a good if you're talking about favorable advantage.
I need to ask a follow-up question. So are you saying that the actual mode allocation, the best of 7 would be up to pick? You can either go with
you said game 6 is going to be HP overload.
Yeah, basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
I've always been open to those ideas because we've talked about it. If the third game mode sucks, like was that part of the veto process? But what do you think, Ray?
It's not a bad idea. I think it could be interesting and bringing some talking points into a final. Is it really changing where the advantage lies and is enough to compensate for what people are complaining about? I don't think so.
So like as a reference, like if you looked at Optic, which clearly like it wasn't just the finals thing, like clearly like throughout even the qualifiers, their overload was okay. Like they could have gone into the finals and been like, hey, let's just not play a second. It's just an idea. Like again,
that would help them a lot. That would help teams a lot for sure.
If you,
If they
especially if
could
you
do
get,
that.
if
It's
you
not a
get
bad
to pick
idea.
the solo overload too, like if you get to pick the overload, like if there's a ways to change the videos in a way where the team that comes out of winners literally gets to pick everything. Like I'm not saying that's the way forward, but that would be an advantage.
An
that is
actual
clear.
advantage.
An
Yeah.
actual advantage to where like I dictate this series. I'm playing all of my good maps. If you don't have a good map pool or a map pool is better than yours, then you're screwed. Like that.
Yeah.
That is an advantage in its own way.
Yeah.
Um,
I necessarily don't even hate that either because like a team shouldn't be able to only lose once on the weekend and lose the tournament. So if you do get the winners, you should have an advantage. I do think when people do like the best of 9 with a 1 map win, I'm not a personal fan of like the map lead, but I do think the team that gets the winners should have a big veto advantage in the map. So honestly, not a bad idea. Like you getting to pick a 3rd game mode. I think that would actually be huge.
My other kind of like from a viewer's point of view is it just feels a little weird when you're watching like a best of 5 and HPs and S&Ds have the same weight, right? But then when you get into the finals, it feels like they don't have, it feels like you're playing like a different game now because it feels like you could be a very good HP team and make the finals, but now all of a sudden you're in the finals and now you have to somehow figure out a way to, you know what I mean? If you're playing a really good S&D team.
What is it? In best of 7, it's 2-2-3.
Yes.
2-2-3. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way. Like it just the goal of the format I think is to just showcase who is the best team all around. So making the modes as fair as possible. And S&D is always going to be the finishing game mode in a tournament or a match.
Yeah.
Because it's the most compelling to watch. But no, thank you for your question, man. That's a good one.
for
I think,
sure.
It's an interesting idea for sure.
good thought process.
Yeah.
Listen,
Wouldn't
when
be
it
bad.
comes to the best of 7 final situation pivot ideas, no ideas are bad ideas, and I'm happy as people come in with ways to try
Yeah.
and tweak this. I
No,
know.
I wouldn't hate that because I do think
Pretty
a bigger advantage should be open or should happen for the winners team.
Am I the only one who's really not for the whole going back to 2 best of 5s? I don't think that'd be like. I'm not saying that could be great. Like you could have some close matches, but it just seeing a final end in like fucking potentially half an hour just seems like kind of.
Well, that's what I was
I think it
arguing on
I think it
Twitter
depends
overnight,
for
and
me.
I got called.
Yeah.
I got called some words by someone.
No,
and,
I saw that. No,
and
I
I
saw
was
that.
going
I
back and
saw
forth
the
to Adam app
responses.
and with Hector about this morning. Like I personally, I see like 2 best of 7s I like. I kind of understand Adam's perspective of like
It's a lot of COD though. 2 best of
team maps is
7s.
a
lot of COD.
lot,
It's a lot
maps.
of
You have to
COD.
slide
That's a
the
lot, bro.
The double best of 5s, historically, we got there about like a third to a fourth of the time. Mostly common score was 3-1 in the finals. So, like,
I still think that I get what Dill said. He's not a fan of it, but I still think the best of 9 with a map lead is just the easiest way to give the team that earn something to get to the finals from winners, or even just the idea of like making vetoes just so one-sided.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the vetoes idea, Ray. Like I think veto should be like OP as fuck for the winners team because you deserve something for getting to winners. You should not be able to
100%.
lose and still have the even advantage. Because right now, yeah, you get a couple more vetoes here and there, but it's not like that crazy. I do think winners should have a clear advantage.
I will say, as I argued on Twitter, the game 6 factor to what Ray said earlier has made a difference in a couple of these finals because
It's the only advantage though, Ben.
it's the
one.
only advantage because of the hard veto, and we saw like Sam and I talked about it. They lost an event to FaZe
It is.
because they came from losers, and FaZe played them on an CeeLo control, which was rap.
Yeah, no,
Steve's never
it
played
is
map.
like we didn't say like that's the thing is like
Yeah.
no, I think nobody said there's no advantage, but it's just is that big
It's not
enough an
that big.
advantage to say like bro, you could not even get to map 6 theoretically. Like,
Yeah.
all right, next question.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll take Core. I'm not sure if we have anything else after this, but we'll see what Core's got for us. What's good, bro?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yo,
Good,
what's up?
brother.
Thanks for having me. Just a quick one. Just after watching this event again, do you guys think that Kicks might go down as one of the biggest wasted talents in the CDL era? Or because I think watching him, like he's clearly got it, but for one reason or another, he probably won't ever come back in the league. It seems so. Just wanted to see what you guys thought.
Like, if he got like a real like run in, he's also
I just
super
don't
young.
think-
Like, it's too early. It's too early to have that convo. No, he's just starting.
What I heard, What I heard is it had nothing to do with the team itself. I think it's more. I think this is completely hypothetical. I'm putting this at a caveat, like literally put an asterisk on this because this is simply word of mouth, and it didn't come from an actual source. But I heard that he was homesick, and that's why he went back.
Well,
I don't know if that's true.
He may wake up
most
like
players from Saudi are like that, to be fair, because it's such a different culture, and especially they were still around their team and their friends who like they want to play with, but it is completely different than they're used to. Whereas right now they play in challengers, they get paid, they're a good team, and they're still with their family and stuff.
here's the thing: is it's too early because like he may wake up one day and be like, if the right opportunity is there, like I'm down to give it a go. That's why like I wouldn't say that because people are mentioning players in the chat who I think are way more down the line than what you're talking about than the kick situation. But I think it's too early from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, he had potential, but it's hard to say he's like the biggest. I mean, we just have to see how it still plays out.
One thing I will say from talking to people that have teamed with some of these Saudi players, who coach some of these Saudi players, manage orgs as some of these Saudi players, again, it's still an underdeveloped region in one particular area that's undeveloped. And we saw this in Europe, by the way. Up until the CDL, Europe really struggled with this. Is not just shooting your gun, it's the other stuff that makes the pros consistent pros. How you approach your personal relationship with your teammates, the work ethic, watching VOD, how to stay locked in during events, like all the stuff that's passed down knowledge in NA and it has been for 13 years. Didn't always exist in Europe. They learned it, and that's why you see a lot of European players in the league now. Saudi region doesn't necessarily have that yet, and it's still developing on that front.
I mean, it's the same thing with every region except NA, in my opinion. Like, it's just they're.
Yeah.
EU's definitely caught up to a certain extent. Like, I'm not saying these guys are as far behind as they once were, but it's still the idea of the amount of competitive teams they actually have to practice against on a daily basis just aren't even close to what NA has to offer.
Yeah.
So you're really you're playing to whatever skill you're playing at. So you may be winning all your games, playing the way you're playing, thinking it's great, but it may not be if you play the teams that are actually ahead. So just the way it is.
Yeah.
Cool. Appreciate your question, man.
Appreciate your question.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
I think we only got two more, so I'm gonna invite Remix because he has his hand up. And Miro, if you're in there, if you're in here and you want a question, make sure you put your hand up in the Discord stage. Remix, what's
Gentlemen,
good,
what's
brother?
going on?
What's
No
up?
problem,
What's
man. What
up?
you got for us?
Ben and Ant blamed me earlier in the year when I said C9 and Vancouver should drop the entire team and just pick up an entire Challengers team. They laughed me out of the room.
Okay.
And now I'm sitting here going, well, come on, guys. Like, does it not make sense now to go ahead and drop Ben?
Well, what org do you want to pick up? Well, what team do you want to pick up?
You take your pick. Pay Rafi, you're probably not gonna get the Bush guys because I think I'd rather be a Bush. But like, does it matter at this point? Like, point to a team and say, hey, I want that roster, and go with that and see what you have. Because it'd be much better to get the entire team that already has the chemistry that is successful at some. Then you know what I mean?
You're not wrong. I think you need to understand as well, though, like some of these challenger teams that are actually good at the top of challenger, they're probably going to make more money being a challenger than they are in the league.
Right now, for sure.
Especially if they're taking a spot in the league that isn't paying nearly as much as the other teams are. Then,
sorry. So here's kind of my thought process here, and this isn't so much for EWC, but like, are you going to C9 in Vancouver, go into the off season and just pick up hearts where you can find them and get the scraps from everyone else? Or do you make the move now and say, hey, I want a cohesive team already, and we can work with that? Does that make sense?
I mean, that's what who the fuck did that last year? Am I crazy? No,
Carolina did it.
Carolina was thinking about doing it, but they didn't fully did it.
Then I think Vancouver was potentially going to get the whole Ultimate team from last year too, but they didn't do it.
Right. So
Right
there's talks about that potentially thing, but yeah, no, it's a good question. It's not a bad thought process. It's just not as black and white as you're making it seem. There's more to
Thanks,
it.
Bo and Dylan, for not being a big meanie to me. Gentlemen, appreciate you. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just more worth it. It's more worth it in the beginning of the year to pick up a whole team rather as late. Because if you're a good challenger team right now, you can make way more money at all the challenger champs and stuff rather than being a bottom 4 league team. That's not going to champs.
Good, Mr. Miro.
What's up, BENJ? My go-to Tatch.
How we doing?
One of the best coaches ever, Rambo Ray. I just got a quick, maybe an idea for the format. What if I'm not sure if it's ever been done,
Go for it.
but what if we went to a single elim bracket? Because people are complaining about, well, Optic haven't lost, and this team has lost 2 times or 3 times, and they're still making it a Sunday. What if we just go out with losing? If you lose, you lose. Make it
There's been
single elim.
a couple of tournaments like that. A couple times in BO3, there was some single elims. I remember Gfinity, there was single elims. But the
EWC.
reason I'm probably against it is just because how day-to-day COD is. So I do think double elim is good. But then, like we said earlier, there should be an advantage for the team that's in grand finals through winners because they haven't lost yet. They shouldn't call it turning double elim and then they lose and they only lose once and they're out. But if you are going to do like a single elim, it would have to be like best of 7s for those matches at least to have it be
Which I think EWC
instead of a best of
is.
5 single elim.
I think EWC.
Yeah,
is
EWC was like that. I
Well,
think,
they're
right?
best of 5s. They're best of 5s on the way to the finals,
Yeah.
though. Like it's.
Yeah.
I just think, like, generally speaking, double elimination allows the best teams to flourish. Because even if they have a bad day or a bad individual match or just a bad matchup against a specific team, it gives them a chance to bounce back and potentially make it deep in a tournament anyways, while the single limb doesn't do that. So that'd be the only kind of thing that I would say against it. It does simplify things. I'm sure the CDL would be extremely happy about that because that's
Yeah,
the
just
most
one
simplistic thing to look at
Yeah.
for a viewer. Oh, if they win, you're in. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just kind of thinking of the way like some other esports does it, like CS2 with their majors. They have their bracket play, and it's all single elim. I mean, you could have, I'm a FaZe fan, but you could have FaZe who's looking red hot for starting in stage 1 in a major, and they make a major run.
Yeah,
But,
but
like, you know.
hold on. But CS does, like, especially with the majors, they use 3 rounds of Swiss. Like, the way, if you're going to do single limb, you need some kind of pool or group play to, like,
that's what I'm
build
saying,
your
making a
8
group.
teams to go from there. Yeah.
I mean, that's what
yeah.
EWC is. EWC is more or less the same as the CS format, no?
Yeah, I would
Oh,
just
yeah,
say
because
from
they had the groups into the single elim, yeah.
I would just say from a product design though, like this event proved that you can do groups into a bracket and do it in 3 days and go from 4 to 2 to 1 streams, and it feels like a good product cohesively.
Yeah.
Like Sunday gives it, every match gives it its stage, but like the nice thing about Saturday is like, you know, you feature the premier games and the backup game in each window, and like that's fine, you know. Like I think I think it's a single limb might make sense in some situations like EWC, but I think we've got a good format here to build upon. I like the idea though.
Yeah.
A great question,
Okay.
bro.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, man.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
guys
Have
are
a
the
good
best.
one.
No problem.
You too.
You too, you too.
And I think that's gonna do it, guys. It was a great
Good show.
episode. A lot of yaps.
Good
No
job, Bill.
arguments from
Yep,
Anthony
yep.
because he wasn't here.
No arguments.
He's busy.
I
Ray
didn't
and I
know.
disagreed on a couple things. Ray and I disagreed on a
That's
couple
okay, but
things.
I
you
didn't
know?
get pissed at you. I literally get pissed at Ant. I didn't get
Yeah,
pissed at you.
he-
Well, you guys have a lot of history.
There's
you
a
know?
lot of
You guys
history
have a lot
there,
of history
but,
together.
Well, we'll see Ant next week. I have a feeling there's gonna be some roster mania going on, so we'll cover that on next
Hopefully.
week's episode. Follow all of us on Twitter and social media. Dylan and I stream all the time. Ray obviously hops on some of these shows.
Ray's gonna be coaching a major in COD World Champion team next year. Let's get it.
Hopefully. We'll do an episode
Someone
next
got to give him a
week.
chance.
We'll do an episode next week, previewing for the Major 4 qualifiers and also talking a little bit about Minor 1 and maybe some Apple changes, new rosters, tier lists. Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens next week. Dylan, as always, it was a pleasure. I know you've been a stand-in for Nameless these days, but you did a good job today
Yup.
once again.
Thank you for having me, BENJ and
We
Ray.
bring Dylan as a forward next time.
I like watch party you guys instead. I like watch party.
Fair enough.
If you want me, I'll be here. All right.
And yeah, appreciate y'all tuning in, and we'll see you guys on the next episode. Thank y'all so much.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Peace.
W
W
episode,
outro,
boys.
BENJ.
Clap it up. W episode.
This is a good one. It was a good one.
It was a
Feel
banger,
good.
bro. It was a banger.
Nameless Junior.
Nameless Junior.
Nameless Junior is crazy.
I'm the new Nameless.
You are kind of new ant these days, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to share this. Yeah, I'll share it. Ben, show this to your stream. This was the most criminal. This was the most criminal. I think I shared it to you guys while you guys were watch partying. I don't know if Dill saw
Oh
this
yeah,
or
no,
not.
we showed this on that. We showed this on the.
Oh, brother.
What was it?
Nah,
This
this is
what- go watch BENJ
Purge
stream.
absolutely
BENJ post the
tweaking,
stream.
bro.
Oh, the route, the Purge route?
Yeah, no, he's number 4
Oh,
chat.
man. Nah, this was fucked.
That is fucking criminal.
Dude, the
Like,
fact that he didn't run into the building or at least go through the alley to the side door, like, brother,
yeah, it's just.
that was
That's
That's probably the worst route of all time. It's up there in the book of worst routes. It's up there.
it's certainly
It's not.
certainly
That's just
He got the kill and didn't even block the. It would have been better to go to the back and at least drop his controller to at least spawn one further away.
drop his controller on the ground.
That.
Unplug
At
his
least spawn
controller.
someone
He had
someone
like
else.
4 or 5 decisions he can make, and he literally took like option 10. That is
the
just,
worst
like,
one. Like at least
fundamentally
spawn
just
number
the
6
worst
far
thing.
away.
Just the absolute counter to all the fundamentals ever thought in the history of COD in terms of things that we know works. Literally,
Yeah.
like if his team had gone kills front, you could maybe even see that maybe potentially where his team's dying front, and then he goes back to where he died from with Oprah. Whatever, bro.
Yeah, no, that was.
I lost
He's
full
tweaking
watching
a
it.
bit, but boys, I'm out of here. It was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
We'll see you
Have fun
guys
on the
on the
flank tonight.
interwebs.
Yeah.
I'll see you
We'll
later.
watch it.
Nah, see you later, Benja. Good shit, boys. Push it
Good
right.
shit. Peace,
Later,
peace.
brother. Later.
It was a good guys. Great episode today. Did you guys enjoy the episode? You guys enjoy the episode? I thought it was a pretty as far as our episodes that we've done for the CoDCast was pretty good. I gotta end my stream because I'm gonna go ahead and upload the CoDCast. Chat, quick housekeeping. Okay, I'm not live tomorrow. I am gonna go play golf tomorrow. Post on Insta, build content creation there, but no stream tomorrow. The vlogs are being edited as we speak. There's 2 parts, so it should go up this week. Once roster mania news come out, I'll cover that. My plan is to stream Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Probably take Monday off for Memorial Day and kind of just enjoy the holiday, And then we'll be back at it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. And then the week after that is the minor tournament. And I might have like a sprag stream schedule that week because that's also the week of the Memorial Golf Tournament. But, it is what it is. Is Dylan staying live? I should have fucking asked him before I got off. Is Dylan getting off or is he staying on? I think Dylan might have already turned his stream off.
I'll flash you guys out. If you guys throw a second flash here, I can do 2.
Yeah. Why don't I send you guys over to Matt, bro? Matt was in here earlier. He was watching the show of Flank is at 8 p.m. East Coast tonight. 8 p.m. East Coast tonight will be the Flank full crew. I'm probably not going to talk too much on the episode because we have a bunch of yappers in the crew. But that is the current plan. So I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Matthew Piper, absolute legend of the Call of Duty scene, absolute Halo legend, absolute console FPS legend. But he is playing some, I think, CS right now. So on the CS grind. I'll see you guys on Friday. I'll probably, if there's some big shit, I'll put out some content tomorrow. But probably hear from me next on Friday. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Wednesday. I'll see you later on Tommy's stream. Shout out to the subs and the resubs today. All the support on YouTube and Twitch. If you missed any parts of the episode, my VOD is up. It'll also be up on Nameless's YouTube once he uploads it. But I'll see you guys later. Peace, peace, peace.